section. With the runner, boy, you nigga, no question. You would run a motherfucker high stepping. Hey, you never had a big enough weapon. Motherfucker never learned your lesson. I'm a 88 pack nigga. I'm a 88 pack nigga. I mean, day walker, drink blood, fangs out, full moon, motherfucker, change like a hoe, nigga. I'm just a nigga from the hood trying to stack a little cheddar for the money.
Yeah, buddy.
Yep, you got me here.
What up, Reggie?
Hey, how you doing? Okay, I'm not on television, am I?
No.
Okay, all right.
No. Oh man,
Because I'm sitting in my drawers and in my drawers and my t-shirt.
nah, no one can see you on the phone.
Okay, all right. I just want to be safe.
No doubt. Yo, salute to everybody on the panel. Salute to everybody in the chat, man. Drew Titan, Bronx on deck. Shout out to the mighty LDBC. I'm Drew Titan. That's Stormy B, man. Y'all already know, Sweet Reggie Johnson. And Courage, Shaba, first time in the Strong House. Let everyone know who you are, my brother.
What up, baby? How you all doing, man? Shit. It's been a minute, man. I'm glad to be here. I haven't seen Reggie in like forever. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We used to work out together at with George or with Benton at the gym in Houston.
Yes, Bill Benton.
Yeah, Bill. Yeah, with Bill. We used to have we used to have all them fighters, man, all them heavyweights with him. Who's the football player?
Bill Highsmith.
Yeah, Alonzo Highsmith, all them guys were there. Yes, yeah. We used to be there.
Yeah.
We used to come there with Tommy Brooks and Michael Grant, Gary Bell,
Yes.
David Chua.
Yes,
All
I
them
remember,
guys were
brother.
there, yeah.
Yes, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, how you been, man? I haven't seen you in a
Oh,
minute.
life has been good, man. I'm just like everybody else, man. We trying to, overcome this world order they call coronavirus. But, other than that, I've had a few deaths in the family. I lost my uncle who started me boxing at 12 about 3 weeks ago. Well, we buried him about 3 weeks ago.
Sorry
A
to hear
couple
that.
other family members, the things that comes with life, but, everything outside that is good.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm sorry to hear that, brother, man.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah.
And on the phone, who we got on the phone? Who's that on my phone?
Well, we got the two-time welterweight champion of the world, Marlon E. Starling Sr.
What up, Marlon?
Marlon Starling in the building.
Yes,
In
sir.
other words, the Magic Man.
The Magic Man. That's right, man. Man, listen, man, I'm geeking out right now, man, because I watched all of you guys.
Hey,
Man.
last time I saw Marvin at the Hall of Fame, he borrowed some money. I'm glad you got Marvin on here. He owed me some money.
It's in the mail. Tell him it's in the mail.
Yeah, Marvin Reggie wants his money.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
All of a sudden, he get a bad connection. He can't hear you.
So what I want to do is go ahead, Reggie. What'd you say?
I'm calling Mark Breland because Mark Breland want a rematch.
Oh shoot, Mark. He said Mark Breland want a rematch, Marlon.
Tell him no, he don't. No, he don't. Tell him no, he don't.
Oh boy. So what I want to do is I'm gonna go around the panel. I'm gonna ask you guys what you've been up to. I'm gonna ask you guys the business because we just supporters of the sport. I barely know shit. You know what I'm saying? I want to talk to the pros. I want to get the inside. I want to get educated on game. You understand? I know what I see on TV and what I talk to like some people in the industry behind the scene. But it's y'all guys. I want y'all guys to put me up on game because I'm only a supporter. So I want to start with Courage. What you been up to, brother?
Yo, so look, man, I got a couple fighters, right? I had Ronald Ellis who fought Benavides, a while ago. So, I got Ronald Ellis, he's coming back in the gym. I got I'm leaving for London in 2 weeks. I got a heavyweight named Scott Alexander. He's fighting in London. And then I got two kids from Michigan. One is 4-0, one is 2-0. You know, Matthew Rodriguez and Young Morrison. You know, they're up and coming. One is a 147 pounder, the other is 160. But I'll end up fighting him probably at 154. He's only 20 years old. And then besides that, man, you know, I've always been in the game. You know, boxing has always been good to me. So, you know, I was fortunate to be around legends. You know, I mean, I was fortunate to be around solid guys. You know, I mean, Reggie being one of them. I saw him in and out of the gym all the time. And you just mentioned Marlon and Mark Brilliant. Mark Brilliant is a really close friend of mine. You know, and I mean, people like Panel Whitaker, all them guys. So, you know, it's just giving back to the sport. That's what I'm doing right now.
Man, that's a good look. So I'm glad to hear. I love it when you classic guys give back and pull up these younger fighters, because I think that it is important that they learn not only the fundamentals inside the ring, but what to look out for outside of the ring. You understand?
Yeah.
Business, you know, as far as business concerned, promoters, managers, how to watch your pockets, how to do things with your money. I know I've spoken to Reggie behind the scenes. You know, we talked about things like in reference to pensions with fighters, because we watch you guys in the ring, but the real battle can be outside the ring. Not everybody's gonna reach the pinnacle on Floyd Mayweather status, but when you walk away from the game, you're lucky if you have all your marbles. But you also,
exactly.
You want to have a set amount of money so you don't have to work again or have your money working for you. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand that 100%.
Yeah. So speaking of that, well, real quick, Courage. All of your fighters, I'm sure they're young kids, man. They got to have social media.
Oh yes, they do. You know, listen, these young fighters, man. You know what's funny is nowadays all these kids know how to do all this. We didn't have to do that. You know what I mean? We had to. You know, you went to the fight, and if you were fortunate enough to have the papers or the TV write about you, you know what I mean? And I mean, you know, we come from an era like before social media. You know what I mean? You got guys like Ali and them, you know, they had to sell themselves. You know what I mean? So I personally, I mean, I encourage it, because you got a lot of YouTubers, for example, Jack Paul and them, they're making so much millions of dollars. You know what I mean? So I encourage all my fighters, like, look, it's a different era. So you're not only going to make money, you make money in boxing if you go that far, but the truth of it is you also make money if you sell yourself on YouTube, you know, or whatever social network you on, you know. So I encourage them on that. I'm not very updated on it myself, you know. I mean, I'm an old school cat, you know, so I'm not, but I encourage my guys to do that. So, you know, I don't know if they are, they do have, I'm sure if I look into it, I do have their Instagrams and stuff, you know. Of which I'll send them to you.
If you get a chance, let me know all the social media, and I can put it in the chat, and everyone watching can go follow them.
All right, sounds good.
You want to follow them early now before they become rock stars.
That's
you know what I mean?
Very true,
absolutely. Yeah. Social media really does help. So, Reggie.
Yes.
What's going on there, big bro?
Oh man, I was just listening to my man, and he's right about the social websites. I was just with Stevie Ray, the wrestler, and his brother told me not too long ago that he's making $8,000 a month just off his YouTube channel.
There you go.
What?
See?
Yeah, he's making a little over $8,000 a month just off because of the followers that he has.
Stevie Ray, the wrestler.
Yo, come in.
From Harlem Heat. Stevie Ray, yeah.
Yeah. But Booker T, his brother.
Right.
Yeah. It shared that with me probably like about 4 months ago, and I'm still working on that, putting all my stuff together, man, because I'll check my name all the time, and I always find something on there that I didn't put on there that's for sale. So,
brother, You gotta holler at us behind the scenes. Hell yeah.
That's right. I'm supposed to be sleeping making money, but somebody else is woke.
Thank
making
you.
money with my name.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And you gotta get educated on that, brother. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely. So, yeah, social media is something else, man. And it's we could afford it as long as we wanted to, but as you can see, you make money in your sleep. And
right.
We spoke about this before, like Showtime or HBO or ESPN, they will have the rights to y'all fights and they'll air it. But it's you. It should be your money.
Exactly.
It's not fair.
But you know what? In today's world, right? It was always set up that way. But in today's world, our young athletes today, they don't know all about the books. And believe you me, they make a lot of money off us young fighters today just out there like that.
Oh, man. It's disgusting, man. It's disgusting.
You remember the last time I was on your show?
To your child or manager or whatever, what you going to do about it?
You can't. There ain't much you can do. What'd you say, Reg? You just said something?
Yeah, I said, remember the last time we had this dialogue and I was telling you, think about this, man. You're having a professional fight. You got commentators, you got referees, you got judges.
Yeah.
You got timekeepers making more money than the two guys who got their life and health on the line.
Exactly.
And when you perspective, man, it's time for fighters to come together and demand some business structure that take care of fighters, like the NBA, the NFL, the hockey league, the baseball league. If them guys in the league for 5 years, they get a check for the rest of their life.
Wow.
They need to set up a pension for fighters today.
Hey, California got a pension, and this goes to show you how corrupt boxing is. When I lived in California, was fighting there at the Forum. They was the only state that had a pension. So when that time come up, when I called in about my pension, guess what they told me? They told me I was only one round away from getting my pension. So you done took all that money out of my purse, and you want me to come back in and fight me a cab driver to get that one round?
Mm-hmm. That's what they do.
That is insane.
Crazy.
No, you know what that is. You said that's insane. No, in today's world, that's in boxing.
That is awful. That is awful. I want to take a moment to salute my big bro, Trick Nolte, in the building. Whenever you see these rock stars in the chat and on the panel, that's him hitting the ground running. And salute to the OG Bruce Goes in the building. Salute, brother. How are you?
Salute, man. I feel like I'm at the Tuesday night fights over here, bro.
Oh man,
I know, right?
Tuesday night fights. Let me throw it over to the sensei, man.
What's going on, Courage?
Oh shit!
What up, baby? What's good?
He'll come back in.
Good to see you, man.
Not too much, man. Good to see you too. What's up, Reggie?
Hey, how you doing, brother?
H-Town in the house, man. Hey, I'm doing good, man. H-Town in the house, man.
No doubt. There you go. I want to throw it over to the sensei. You got any questions,
What's
sensei?
up, sensei? What's up, sensei?
What's good, man? What's good with everybody? Hey, yeah, I got a question. With Marlon still there?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm still here.
Man, much respect to you, brother. Followed you in your career. Loved your boxing ability. Could you please take a moment and share with us? And I know that this was only a particular portion of your career, but what was it like to work with Eddie Futch?
You know what? That was like, well, I was a young guy now coming in there, and I was young. So when you're young, you look cocky. You think your shit don't stink. Excuse my French. When I got with Eddie Futch, I got with a man that knew more about the sport than I do. He was a professional. We hear, we say that word. We say that word, professional. But there's a lot of boxers that's in the ring today. They're not professionals. Some of them are pretty good amateurs. But Eddie Futch was like an encyclopedia to boxing, and I respect him to the utmost. One time I was getting ready for a fight, and I was already at the top two in the world and everything, and I wanted to do something, right? Eddie Futch looked at me in my eye and told me just like this, "Well, do it your way."
Mm.
And you know what? Right then and there, shut my mouth forever when it comes to him telling me what to do.
Mm.
And I was
Yeah.
respectful for that and thankful.
My second and follow-up question to that is, was there ever a point in your career when you did move forward beyond having worked with him, that something he shared with you were able to draw upon experience-wise and implement it where it benefited you just because he had been there?
You know what? Eddie Futch, once again, Eddie Futch was like a encyclopedia of boxing. Like I said, I'm young and I'm winning, and I'm saying to I'm going to do it this way. He looked at me in my face, like I said, and said, "Okay, you think you do it your way." And when he said that, that was like a slap in the face, and telling me this old man must know more than I do, and I'm thankful for having one of the greatest ever in my corner. And there's not too much more that I can say about that guy, because, like I said, an encyclopedia of boxing. You can't ask for nothing better.
I want you to hold on to that 1 second. Hold on to that 1 second. Watch this, y'all. Hold on, y'all. If the brother answer the phone. Uh-oh.
Hello?
Hey, Lonnie.
What's up?
You ready?
Who is this?
This is Drew. Spoke to you earlier.
Who?
Drew, I spoke to you earlier. You called me on the phone?
Sorry, I'm not available. I'll call you back as soon as possible.
Dude, voicemail is something else, man.
Yo, he funny as hell. Y'all heard that? I wanted y'all to hear that. But I was calling. He'll call me back. He'll call me back.
He got me, Drew. He got me.
Yeah, he got you too. You know what it was, right? Yeah, that was
Yeah, he got me too.
I was calling Lonnie Beasley.
Honey B. Beasley.
Honey B. I was calling Honey B. Beasley. I want y'all to hear that, man. But he'll call back. He'll call back. Anyway, oh, that's funny, man. That is funny. Because I called him earlier, and it did that. I was like, hello? Oh, that jerk.
Yep.
He'll call back.
Funny,
Though,
right.
Man. Let me go to Bruce Goes. You got any questions for Marlon?
Oh yeah, Marlon. When you moved up to fight Michael Nunn, he was the middleweight champion of the world. You were the welterweight champion of the world. Did you have to make any stipulations in weight, or did you just go up to from 147 to 160 at his weight?
I took that fact because I believe that at that time I believe that I could beat Michael Nunn, and Michael Nunn, he didn't win the fight. I lost the fight. I mean, I'm not telling you that Michael Nunn. He was a southpaw, so he was a little, he was a little, and he was taller than I thought he was.
Right. Right.
He was a little taller than I thought I was. And don't forget, now I went up about 15, 16 pounds.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's
you know
big.
what? I enjoyed it. When I fought Michael Nunn, it was like a sparring session. It was like a sparring session. Me and him went out and had dinner after the fight.
Really? Wow. Well, you were out boxing him for most of the fight, but I guess the size and just being Michael Nunn, they he took the decision.
I tell you what, I wasn't happy with the decision, but Michael Nunn won that fight.
Yeah, I had thought to call him too. I had thought to call him. He's
not a bad dude, man.
He's a good dude, man.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude, man. Yeah.
Hell yeah, man. So wait, before I go, Trick, you got any questions?
Yeah, I got one for Marlon. Watching your fight. You hear me?
Yeah.
You hear me? Oh
yeah.
Watching your fight with you hear me? Okay, yeah. Watching your fight with what's the guy's name? Man, you got on the screen. Hunnigan,
yeah.
I don't know. A lot of people not aware. Yeah, a lot of people not aware of this, but they were saying, they said Lloyd Hunnigan went back home to Jamaica and dipped his hands in that water and thought it was going to help him in the fight against you. You know anything about that?
Excuse my French, but they couldn't nothing in the world help him that night. because the reason why he did too much talking. He did too much talking, and he wasn't respectful. Donald Curry was from Texas. Donald Curry was a good man. Donald Curry can fight. Lloyd Hunnigan, I told him at the press conference, I said, you know what? By the middle of the fight, you're gonna want to be my friend.
Oh.
And by the fifth round, he was always trying to give me 5 for a good round. No, it's over.
He's trying to be friendly.
He tried to be my pal. He wanted to be my buddy.
Let me go back to Courage. You see the screen, right, Courage?
I'm seeing it, yo.
Yeah.
Keep taking me way back. Hey, this was the night before. I think this was the night before Mike and Holyfield fought, right? I fought on a Friday. Holyfield fought the next day on a Saturday.
I don't recall where I watched this. MSG. I might have been watching it at MSG. But this was ugly. This was ugly. The way, oh man.
Well, no, because I think because I fought. This was the second time fighting. The first time we fought, I went to decision with him, right? Because I just came back from a 6-month injury, right?
Right.
I used to spar Ray Mercer, and I was 19 at the time when I came to the United States.
Oh man!
And I remember I was in the gym.
Ray Mercer, man.
Yeah. Oh, so I was in camp when I got to America. I was in camp with Ray Mercer, Alfred Ice Cole, Charles Murray, and
Triple
Jones.
threat.
Yeah, triple threat. Yes, in Valley Valley. Yeah, and I was out there for like 9 months, and then when I was sparring Ray Mercer, all these guys were legends to me. So I used to see them in the magazines, right? Even Lou Duval and all them guys, Georgie, Ronnie Shields. I never thought boxing was going to take me that far. So when I went to, it was such a culture shock for me, So I was sparring Ray Mercer, and I remember throwing a lazy jab, and he hit me right underneath my armpit. Ooh. And I was out for 6 months, man.
Oh man.
He was getting ready for that fight with Frank Bruno. That never happened, right? So anyway, I'm saying that. So when I came back from that injury, I fought Jesse Henry in Atlantic City, and we went a distance, right?
Right.
So his management was like, "No, man, we got to fight him again," because they felt that the first time maybe they didn't get the decision, so they felt they could fight me the second time because Jesse had never been stopped at the time. So that's that fight that you're watching right now. So I fought him the second time and I stopped him, I think, in the second round. But that was the night before the Mike Tyson and Holyfield won. We trained. I think Reggie remembers. We trained in Houston. We used to train at what was it, Reggie?
It was the Bill Ben's gym, right?
Yeah, Bill, the big warehouse.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the name
I
of
think
the
it was
gym, but
downtown. He had a huge
yeah,
warehouse.
downtown. Yeah, that's the gym that ended up getting burnt. It got burnt down. Somebody set it on fire. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
So yeah, we used to come in there and fill that whole joint up. I mean, everybody. I think the Tate brothers, Frank and his brother, were there too.
Yeah, Thomas
so,
Tate. Thomas and
yes,
Frank Tate. Yes.
yes, they were in there. Yeah, Bill Benton actually had a lot of heavyweights too.
Yeah. Did you remember Alonzo Highsmith? Remember?
Yes.
He was there.
I was supposed to fight Orlando back then, but that fight didn't happen. But yeah, I remember Orlando. Yeah, he was in the gym too. He used to drive that super sport, right?
Yes. Alonzo. Yeah, he was signed with the same people that I was signed with at the time, and I know Alonzo was running around. He had a few, some fights, and he kept running around saying he wanted to take he was ready to take a step up. And then they got a call from HBO, and they talking about him fighting a guy. What's the little short guy from? Trying to think of his name, man. He knocked out a few heavyweights. He's from New Zealand. What's the guy from New Zealand?
David Tua.
David Tua.
Yeah. HBO wanted him to fight David Tua. So the late Mr. Vaughn, who was the money guy and the manager, he called me, and I went to his office, and he asked me, "Reggie, you have more experience in doing this. What do you?" I say, "Well, Alonzo have a puncher's chance." I say, "That's a fight he got to take. He'll probably never be able to make 350,000 plus they're gonna give him 50,000 for training. That's 400,000. I said that's a fight. So when Alonzo get there,
call Susan, tell her call me on the house phone.
Yeah, Mr. Vaughn told Alonzo, you've been saying you want to take a step up. We got a fight on HBO. You're gonna fight David Tua. Boom, 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 boom. And Alonzo was just looking at him. And he had that look on his face like, no, this ain't. And guess what Alonzo told Mr. Vaughn?
What he said?
He said, "Mr. Vaughn, I told you I wanted to take a step up." He said, "But goddamn it, I don't want to take a quantum leap." So Alonzo Highsmith took that fight. Didn't take that fight and fought a guy. Yeah, he didn't fight David Tua and fought another guy, and he lost. And I think he got like about 20,000-25,000. But think about it, man. If I get knocked out, if any one of you fighters get knocked out, would you rather wake up with $25,000 or $400,000 when they wake you up?
Oh man, there's no question. There's no
question. Yeah. I mean, you want to be in boxing, you want to make the most money that you can in the amount of time that you got.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Courage, I got a question for you. Salute to you, brother.
Thank
you. When you got hit by a ray that put you out for 6 months, what type of injury did you sustain from that? Was it a rib or what?
Look, I remember it vividly, right? So, listen, when Ray hit me with a left hook, right? And the first time I sparred him, he hit me with a left hook. And I remember I had my neck crack, right?
Oh.
And I was scared to open my jaw. That was on a Friday. So in Vernon Valley, where we trained at the Triple Threat, it was like a skiing resort. So we lived up in the apartment, in the condos that they had. So I would walk up the hill, and they had a little deli shop there that sold food, and I couldn't open my mouth because my jaw was so painful. I thought he broke my jaw, but I couldn't tell anybody. I couldn't tell anybody because I was like, yo, I just made it this far. You know, Lou Duva hadn't signed me at the time. He just invited me to camp. So I didn't tell anybody. But that
I'm
weekend,
doing an interview on my phone.
on that weekend,
Wow.
I couldn't
I'll
open
call
my
you back.
mouth. I spent the weekend sipping strawberry milkshake. You know. So, yo, I had to put a straw because I was scared to open my jaw. And me coming from South Africa, I had no plan B. My plan B was to enforce my plan A. You know what I mean? And then
I got you.
Superstars. So anyway, so I threw a lazy jab, and he hit me underneath my armpit. Boom! And yo, he pinched the nerve right there, and I was out for a while. I was out.
Oh my God!
Lou sent me home for like 6 months. You know, needless to say,
people don't realize how vicious Ray Mercer was, man. And the thing about it is, he was to his own detriment, but at the same time, he really had something. You know what I mean? He really had something. It's just that sometimes how life goes. But I've heard some stories about Ray, man.
I think
that's why I wanted to ask you a question about what it really did for you, because that, you know, being in there with him, I mean, that's like the equivalent of being in there with Tyson or something.
Yeah, I lost you. You're back now, brother.
No, so what it does is, for a fighter, even I tell these young fighters that I got, right? I'm so old school because of the teachers that I've had in my life. So I got to know what product I have in the gym before we actually go into the fight. You know what I mean? So I mean, I don't want them to get hurt, but at the same time, I got to put them in hard to find out exactly what the kid has, and then you continue teaching, right? I don't want you to go to wars every time, you know, but every now and again, when you get invited to a camp, there is no choice. When you're sparring a world champion, they're going to go out at you, you know? So you got to prove yourself, you know? So what it did for me was confidence, you know, because if you're in the ring with a guy like Ray Mercer, you know, one of the toughest dudes in the heavyweight division, you know, and then you go fight somebody else, you're like, yo, you know what? I already been in the fire. You know, there is no way whoever I'm fighting is going to be better than that. You know, so it levels you up, so to speak.
No doubt. Reggie.
Yes.
Whole time I've been playing your highlights.
Yeah, I see that, man.
Yeah.
You know,
let me know.
you know,
we up to the Roy Jones. You want me to stop it?
No. You said Roy Jones wrong, 'cause that's the best fight of my life. It made me part of history, and I made more money than I ever made in one fight. So I mean, you know,
Yeah,
Roy,
man.
you know when Ali said that he turned the light off and then get in the bed before the room get dark.
Yeah.
Roy Jones had that same. That was also Roy Jones.
Yeah, Roy was a problem, man. Roy was a problem those years. Jesus Christ. I say this every time I talk about him, man. And we had Roy on the show. Salute to Roy. He was doing everything fucking wrong. You couldn't change. You couldn't. If you was a trainer and you try to teach somebody how to fight like Roy, you would get fired from the industry. You probably get hung.
Yeah.
I don't know how the hell, but you know, this guy was so athletically gifted. He just got away with all of this shit.
Yeah, he had that speed, man. And you know something else? Roy, the most important punch in boxing is your jab, because if you can touch somebody with your jab, you can hit him with anything. And Roy didn't throw a lot of jabs.
Nah, he didn't.
Nope.
Roy didn't throw a lot of jabs. Roy didn't throw a lot of jabs, man. But I mean, he, you know, listen, everybody at that time when you fought, and this was a prime Roy, so when you look at that record, they see that L, they be like, oh, nah, it was Roy. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's all right. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing to hang your head about, man. Because that was crazy. Roy was like ridiculous, man.
He throws some punches. He throws punches for where you don't know where. He have his hand behind his back.
Yeah.
And throw a right hand.
Man, when he did that, I was like, how the hell did that even happen?
Hey Reggie, I got a question for you too, brother. Salute to you, man. As Drew was playing your highlight clips prior to this clip now with Roy is playing, I was looking at you and it's like almost if I squint my eyes, you and Michael Nunn had a lot of the same type of ability in there. It's just that he was built different than you. He was a little more wiry framed. But you're both of you brothers' skills and fighting out of that southpaw position, where you look sweet, just like your nickname. But I want to say this: having come out of the fight with Roy, what did you come out of that fight realizing that if you had that chance again, what do you think you could have done to be a little bit more effective against him?
Well, you know what? I had a few people told me this after the fight. They say, Reggie, because my whole thing was to jump on Roy and put pressure on him, thinking that was going to take away from his speed, but he still got good legs. And I remember the late trainer who got me off as an amateur told me, he said, the most important things in boxing is your legs. He said, those same legs, that's Curtis Coast. The same legs you use to position yourself to hit a guy is the same goddamn legs you use to get the hell out the way. And, after that fight, I had probably a handful of people told me, say, Reggie, if you would have played chess instead of checkers with Roy, you would have had probably a better way to win that fight. Because he said you kind of like overlooked your counterpunch and your time and stuff, in that fight. They said I should have played chess with him and take him into
Now, could I interpret that as what you're saying is you would have been better off setting him up to maybe come to you a little bit more and use angles and move around, not necessarily running, but giving angles and making him try to find you where you can catch him from, instead of him being able to see you clearly as you were coming in and pressing the action.
Well, I think that's pretty much right what you're saying. If I would have fought him like Antonio Tarver fought him, because Antonio Tarver, that when he even the first fight, he didn't just try to jump on Roy, knowing that Roy had that speed. He boxed him, and a lot of people told me I kind of like overlooked my defensive skills, being able to make guys miss, and then catch punches.
Yes.
Yeah, he was, every time he threw a jab out, he was hooking off. Well, he was punching right over that jab.
Yeah,
and it's so fast, man.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So fast. Yeah. I'm watching it right now in real time. I'm like, sheesh. That right there.
Yeah. That's called. Hey, I never had a beer in my system. I never been drunk. Had nothing foreign in my system, but I always remind people about the Roy Jones 1-2. I got drunk off that.
That was incredible. When I saw it in real time, I blinked. I fucking missed it.
Yeah.
I had to watch the replay.
Yeah.
So I can only imagine being in there and feeling it, man. Jeez.
Yeah.
But yo, man, you got up.
And let me
go ahead, Ant.
Yeah, and to give credit, Reggie fought Steve Collins, Lamar Parks, James Toney, Roy Jones, and knocked out William Guthrie in their prime. I mean, he fought them guys in their prime, and he knocked out William Guthrie. And matter of fact, Reggie, talk to us about that William Guthrie fight.
And I also fought Antonio Tarver. That William Guthrie fight, bought up Bill Benton. That fight wouldn't have happened if it wouldn't have been for him, because that fight was for Frank Tate, who I lost to in the Olympic trials. And Frank Tate, for whatever reason, didn't take the fight. Bill Benton, the owner of the gym, said, well, listen, do you have any ties William Guthrie because I have somebody to fight him, but William Guthrie is not going to beat them. And he told him, and the guy said, "Who the hell you got? Can you think can beat William Guthrie?" And Bill Benton said Reggie Johnson, and the guy said Reggie is a goddamn middleweight. But I was getting ready to move up to 68. He said, "Yeah, but Reggie will take this opportunity, this fight," and that's how that fight happened. And when Bill Benton brought it to me, I said, "Of course, of course, I take that." And this is why we gotta do documentaries on boxing and a lot of these fighters. And a lot of people don't know this. I'm trying to remember the fighter who was getting ready to go to, I think, Russia or Germany to fight the world champion over there. And William Guthrie was with Lou Duva and them, and he was here in Houston, and they got him because he left-handed, and they got me. I was left-handed, and we got this guy ready to go over there and fight the left-handed fighter over there for the world title. And Guthrie, I knew, hey, Mick, I took Guthrie around my city, Houston. As a matter of fact, a young lady that I knew had dated, and I think Guthrie, like he fell in love with her friend. So people don't even know those stories, man. So I knew Guthrie even before we fought.
Wow. Let me bring something to your attention, Reggie.
Yeah.
We got a historian by the name of Scrapbook Boxing. He wants us to let you know that he's putting your profile together this week on a Museum Forgotten Fisticuffs. It's a series he has.
Okay, this week.
Yeah, you're in it, man. We pay homage to everybody over here. We giving you guys all your roses, man. And we got brothers like Bruce Goes that's on the panel with us, man. We just love boxing, man. We just love boxing, man. We were the guys.
Make sure you get that to me, because I'll save all my history, man. Yeah.
Oh yeah. You go ahead.
Reggie, Reggie, can I ask you a question? Now you're from Houston. Now I know you recall Josephine Abercrombie with the HBA. That seemed to be the ideal situation for a boxer to get in. Why did that die out, brother?
Well, to be honest with you, I do know a little bit. I don't know all the details because I was with them at the age of 16, right after I lost to Frank Tate. But they signed Frank Tate, and my mentor, the late Mr. James Carter, who served as Gus to Tyson, he said, "No, we're not gonna sign with them because they signing Frank Tate, and you guys are gonna meet." And of course they're gonna put all the attention on him. So he went and found another group of money people who were boxing fans that that wasn't in the business, but they I'm 17 years old. My mother signed my contract. I get $250,000 and a brand new car, and I put my signature on that.
Wow.
So Josephine seemed to have a vision for boxers, though. She wanted to take care of them health-wise, pension-wise.
Everything. That's right. And that was the problem. They said her own family members is the one who did a lawsuit against her to get her out of boxing. I don't know if that's, but that's what I heard. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard some of her sisters or kids or somebody even took her to court to get her out of boxing because she's putting all the money in boxing. The lady came to Houston, built a brand new gym here. I'm talking about had steam rooms, sauna, jacuzzis, everything in it. And she had Roberto Duran, she had Tommy Hearns.
Everybody.
She had a lot of fighters she tried to sign that she brought here. Tommy Hearns was one of them, I think. I think even Tommy came here.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that was huge. That was huge in the day. Huge.
Yeah. So she had money galore, and then she got that guy Bob Spagnolia, who was originally from New York, who moved to Houston, and I think he was like one of the guys that kind of like help spearhead that. And when I say spearheaded, I mean he didn't use none of his money, But I'm talking about she got him,
Yeah, let me take a pause. We got to acknowledge another rock star just came into the building. Omar Sheikah is in the mother effing house. Salute, Omar. How are you?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing, man?
What's good?
Wow. Courage, what's up, Courage?
What up, bud?
How's everything, man?
Yo, I haven't talked to you in like forever, boy.
Oh, for years, man. Years.
How you been, all right?
Everybody looking good, man. Reggie, how you doing, man? Big fan.
Hey, man, I'm doing fine, man. Omar Sheikah, you and I was at the business table to fight each other, I think, a couple of times, but it didn't transpire. It didn't happen.
Oh no, no.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Your name came up to me a few times.
Oh,
And, you was a good fighter, man.
oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it, guys.
Well, I'm gonna jump right into it, Omar. I mean, you and Freddie Pendleton. I mean, not Freddie Pendleton.
Yeah.
I'm having a memory because Freddie's on my show a lot. Scott. You guys, that war, absolute war. I was thoroughly entertained. When you guys fought, I couldn't sit down. I stood up the whole time in my living room like this because I was that, and that was boxing. Now, mind you, family, this wasn't no pay-per-view. There weren't hundreds of millions of these were guys fighting because this is what you signed up to do. And we tried to get Scott on the phone. I got his number, but he was busy. We tried to get Scott on the phone, man. But I want you to take us through that. What was that like?
Well, as a fighter, I'm sure the other guys know. As a fighter, that's just part of the game, man. Sometimes you get caught up in a good fight. Styles make fight, and it takes two to tango, man. So he was wanted to tango with me, and it made for a good fight, man. You know what I'm saying? It was an exciting fight, and end of the day, that's what it's all about, man. Give the crowd what they want to see.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Stormy, what you got?
Man, salute to you, Omar. Good to see you, brother. I used to follow you. I'm here out of Chicago, so you had a huge following here, from the community and everything. But tell us about that fight with Thomas Tate, man. I mean, you had him down and everything, but you was cut around the eyes and everything, and it looked like you were on your way, man. What happened there?
Well, that was another good fight, man, and Philly, and Thomas Tate was a good fighter, but I got caught in my eye. I believe I don't know what round. I think it was the first round. It felt like a thumb in my eye, but then anyway we kept fighting, and then we're beating him. We were beating him the whole fight in 3 rounds. We dropped them. We were on our way to knocking them out, and then out of nowhere, the commissioner at that time just stepped in the ring and stopped the fight, and didn't even give me a warning or one more round you got left. But it's part of boxing, man. What are you gonna do?
I know, but you were doing very well in that. I mean, because you had your ups and downs, but one thing I'll say is that you were always engaging in a fight. No one could ever question what you brought as far as your fortitude and things like that, man. Always an exciting, crowd-pleasing fighter and everything, man. Like I said, I was always tuned in when you were on. So, we got a lot of respect and love for you over here.
Oh, I appreciate it, man. I love Chicago, man. I fought a couple times in Chicago.
Yeah.
I got a good round following in Chicago. And the fans out there are great, man. And I enjoyed my stay in Chicago. Every time I fought, I did very well, very good outcomes.
Yeah, that's why I was saying you had a huge following here. I remember when you fought here. It was like, the crowds would come out for you. You know what I mean? Had flags out there in the crowd and everything, man. So I remember.
Oh, for sure. You start thinking, you start reminiscing, man. And all of us, I'm sure, reminiscing. Wish we would have done things differently and this and that. But, but it was fun. It was a fun journey, man. Exciting.
Sure.
Bruce, what you got for Omar?
Oh man, the star of Tuesday night fights there, bro. The back-to-back fights with the Sandman Pemberton. Trick had Sandman on with Mad Chad one Friday night, and we played those 2 fights, man. We were watching those, and even Scotty, he was jumping out of his seat, man. Great memories. I'm seeing them pop in the building here one after another. It's like getting in the time machine and heading back with Sean and Albert there, bro. It's great to see you, champ. And you give me some great memories, bro. And anything special about fighting at Foxwood twice in a row with Scotty Pemberton you want to share with us?
Of course, man. First of all, I appreciate the kind words, man. Yeah, man. Scott and me had 2 good fights, man. Foxwood was always exciting. It reminded me of Gotti when he fought Ward out there. they had a fight out there that was very exciting. So sometimes you have to live up to that. You know, saying you wanna basically, just show what you can do also. So yeah, Foxwood Casino is a big stage on ESPN. So I'm happy that me and Scott we put a good performance and give the people a good fight.
2 good fights.
2 good fights. Yeah, definitely, man. But but I'm just happy and glad that the fans got to see 2 good fighters and did their thing, man. And that's what people want to see, man. A good fight. Well, this fight was in AC. This was under Nassim Hamed when he fought I think Wayne McCallum. Remember on Atlantic City?
Yeah.
Color.
We knocked this guy out, I think this in the second round.
Yeah. You took care of this guy. That was
early in our career.
I don't even think this guy belonged in the ring with you, to be honest.
Nah.
Not for nothing. I mean, that was crazy.
It was early.
You can see the difference in you could just see it. It was all bad. And you went in there, you took care of business, man. But I was never not entertained watching you work, man. You're one of those guys, like I said, man. I mean, Tuesday night fights, man. I love it. They need to bring that damn back, man. Well, if they brought it back right now, it won't be shit because ain't nobody today doing shit.
Hey, man, today there's some good fighters out there, man. I'm sure the other fighters will tell you the same thing, man. The money now and the exposure now is so different than when we were coming up, But these fighters, the money they're making is crazy, and God bless them, man. They deserve it, man. If they can, I think get it. You know what I'm saying to you? But at the end of the day, that's what's causing them from not fighting each other. Also, you know what I'm saying? So
exactly.
That's stopping them. Like who's the A side, who's the B side, and this and that. They should just go in there and fight each other because at the end of the day, they're making good money regardless. So give the fans what they want, man. You're not gonna get any younger, man. Time flies, man. So do it now at your prime.
Well, I'm gonna take it a step further. You're absolutely right. We don't know when the next pandemic is gonna come. There's a war going on right now. You got boxers in that goddamn war right now.
Yeah.
So you don't know whether it's going to be a pandemic, a war, somebody flipping their car, whatever it's going to be, it's going to be. So what gets me annoyed, and I don't know if you guys pay attention to social media, but what gets me annoyed is when people that in my position, because I'm only a supporter of the sport, start talking business. We're not on anyone's business team. We're not getting paid. We're supporters or fans, whatever you want to call us. I'm the consumer, and I want to see you guys mix it up in the ring. I want to see the best fight the best. And God bless these guys for making millions of dollars, but at some point, enough's enough. Enough's enough, man. If you got 2 guys at the top of their game in their primes, have them fight now.
Exactly.
At one point,
You're right about that, man. Listen, man. Look what happened to Joshua. Joshua's getting beat by people he's not supposed to be getting beat by. Wilder, guy dropped before the Wilder. Like they try to set up fights with certain people. It's not gonna happen because anything can happen in boxing. So anybody can beat anybody, man. You can't sleep at nobody in the sport. And if you don't train hard and you're not prepared for the fight, anybody can beat you, man. So that's why you're only one punch away from greatness. Look with Lopez, with Cambosa, what happened? Now, Lopez has got away. Cambosa is a man right now. Everything can change in boxing. So you should fight now while you're at your prime, while you're hot, while you're excited, and get out the way, man. At the end of the day, man, fighters are now just fighting for money, man. You need enter the sport. You want to be a fighter to make money. You want to become a champion and be the best at your weight class. So they got to prove that. The money's there, man. The money they're making now is crazy money. God bless them, but I think the money is part of the excuse for them not to fight each other. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
You're right. You're absolutely right, man. And you brought up the point about, man, we've spoken about that countless times on my platform, on Stormy's platform. We've spoken on things like that. When the Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder fight was the fight to make, they should have made the fight, because one thing I was saying was, look, man, this is the heavyweight division. Anybody can lose, no matter what the circumstances are. Anybody could lose, and that's what happened.
Yeah, you're right.
And they never fought each other. Okay, I wanted Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather fight because I just got tired of it, and I just want them to go away. To be honest, I just want them to go away because I was sick of it. So then they fought. It played out exactly how it was going to play it out. And you know, for some people that didn't know these fighters, they were just caught up in the hype. They said it was a boring fight, but I was telling people for damn near 6 years, this is how it's going to play out. Isn't going to be no knockout. It's not going to be Hagler Hearns. Get that out your head. You know, Floyd's going to box his head in the best way he can. He's going to win a decision, and that's exactly what happened. But now, you know, oh man, I could go on and on and on. The audience knows how I feel about the Canelo Alvarez thing, and I'll probably be talking about that shit tomorrow. But you know, you guys, you know, Curry and Reggie and you, Omar. We look. I tell this story all the time. Friday night fights, Tuesday night fights, the fights on Galavision when I ain't understand a fucking word because I don't speak Spanish. I come from that cloth. I was watching guys that you know was probably making $800 for that fight. I love boxing. You understand?
Well,
and that's the cloth.
There's something I'd like to ask too. A second question for Omar, because you know we talk about Tuesday night fights and everything, but one of the things that I've covered on my channel, along with Scrapbook Boxing and our partner who passed away, RIP to Curtis Anderson, Kurt Sugar. We also talked about the venues. Yeah. You were one of the brothers here on the panel that had a chance to fight in the Blue Horizon. Can you tell us what that was like? Because that was a mecca for boxing. Man, you know, just please share with us what that experience. I think it was Demetrius Davis, right? That you
I fought a couple of times in the Blue Horizon. I think I fought about 4 times there.
Yeah, and I know that you were on there more than once, but since you had that experience, share with us what that was like, man.
That was an awesome experience because it felt like I was young, man. I was like 20 years old, and it was like fighting in the playground, in the school. It's just everybody gathering around and you're right in the middle. And it felt like that. Like if people on top of you, like people could like spit at you, and it was crazy. A lot of rooms had holes in them. Carriage knows because Carriage fought there too. I'm sure.
It was such a small ring. You didn't have to go nowhere. You know what I mean?
Oh,
it's like the fans like right on top of you too, right? It's like the ring is like, you know,
like the fans were in the ring with you, man. And the locker rooms were like shitty, man. It was all messed up, the locker rooms, man. I was like, what the hell? Everything was small in there, man. It felt like I don't know. It felt like it was in the middle, like in a playground, man. It's crazy, man.
And it had such a reputation, right? You had to fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You had to fight. I mean, the Blue Horizon, man. If you were fighting there, you know you was going into a war, whether you like it or not. And Philadelphia fighters, forget about it.
Hey, Courage, wasn't one of your first fights on there? Your first televised fights? It was from the Blue Horizon, wasn't it?
Yeah, I fought Darrell Wilson there. Yeah.
There you go. That's the fight I'm trying to remember. Yeah, man.
Yeah, oh my God.
That was awesome.
I never, you know, I mean, you go to fights. I fought on the other card of George Foreman and Michael Moore, right? When George beat Michael Moore. I fought on that. Ray Mesa fought on that card too. I think he fought. Who was the Indian guy who had a good jab, but Ray Mesa stopped him in 1 round, right? So I was a swing bout. My point being, that night when I walked to the ring, the MGM was pegged, and it was the first time I'd seen that many people. So walking to the ring, I made sure that I didn't even look at people. You know what I mean? Because I was so nervous. I'm like, oh my God. I think I was like 9-0 at the time. I was young. The biggest stage is like being taken out of a fishbowl and being thrown into the ocean.
Oh.
So now you go to Philadelphia at the Blue Horizon, and everybody is literally close. You know what I mean? people on the balcony were just leaning over, like, "Oh my god!"
walking into the
It was so
ring.
intimidating, man. You know, you had to be a fighter that loves. I mean, all fighters do. You know, you got to love the action, you got to love the show. You know, and whatever the outcome, but you got to know that I'm going out there and I'm going to put my best foot forward.
Man,
And
that's
speaking of
tough.
Omar, I remember Omar. We spent a little time in the gym together. Omar always went into wars, even in the gym.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So how you fought in front of the cameras is how you fought in sparring.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's how we did. I remember Lutuva used to shout at him.
Wow.
I knew Carriage for a while, man. So we was in training camp for a lot of fights, man. A lot of training, man. We seen each other spar a lot and fight a lot. So, man, so me and Carriage used to say, like, because Carriage had a good left hook. So I used to see him spar and hit people with a left hook, man. I was like, holy shit. So I used to be like, so I just spar next or fight. I'm gonna watch my left hook, Carriage. Watch my left hook. So let's go back and forth or something. But we both have the sound. We both have power shots, so we like that more, you know. But sparring was sometimes tough for Tua. I remember when you used to spar. I used to watch him spar. Curry spar with David Tua, with Andrew Collada, and who was the other one?
Gary Bell, Camille McLean, all them guys.
Gary Bell. I've been trying to remember that brother's name. Man, I couldn't remember his name. Gary Bell.
Yeah.
Yo, I got a question for everybody.
Holyfield prepared for Tyson.
I got a question for everybody because there's a guy that I was looking for and I can't seem to find him. Y'all remember Lance Whitaker? Mount Whitaker?
Mount Whitaker.
Where is he?
Goofy. He lives here in California.
Yeah, Goofy Whitaker. Where he at?
Goofy. Yeah.
What was he, about 6'7"?
I know him since he was an amateur. I lived with him. We shared an apartment in Jersey for like 2 years. Yeah. Yo, Omar, you remember that, right?
Yeah.
Goofy, you know, before he was Goofy. You know, we know him as Lance. You know what I mean? Yeah.
A big dude. He was there. I remember from the amateurs, but he was on the Olympic team in '96.
Yeah. I think he was on the team with wasn't he on the team with Fernando Vargas and Zeb Judah?
96. That was 96.
Guys, yeah.
96.
Salute to Mr. J Dubs in that super chat. Much love and appreciation. And another rock star pulled up on us. Jason, what's good, bro? You can hear us? He might be having a problem with his audio. Jason Papillion just pulled up on it. I see him there. Well, you know, he'll get it together in a minute. Yeah, but I've been looking for Goofy for a minute, man.
Yeah, I talked to him from time to time. He lives like he's in California in Woodland Hills. He lives like about 2 minutes away from me.
What's up, fellas? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jason. You can hear us?
Hey, you know you still got me on here, right?
Yeah, I said I know, Marlon. I know you laying in the cup, Marlon. Marlon. I know you said you laying in the cup, Marlon.
Don't let me fall.
Jason, you there?
Marlon took a nap.
Marlon, you. All right, so let me ask you guys. I'm gonna go around the panel. I'm gonna start with you, Reggie. You know, we got to talk since we love talking about the business. I like to talk to the pros about the business. I want to talk to the people who actually done it because I've never done it. As opposed to when you was in it, as opposed to now, what would you change?
Dealing with the old school trainers, I wouldn't change that. I think I would make some big changes with the business part of boxing. Some of the back then, some of the promoters. Give you a prime example. When I first met with Don King in Mexico, we flew in Mexico. That's when Chavez was fighting. That's when Terry Norris got knocked out by Simon Brown. So I meet with Don King there, and he turned a hotel room into like one of his offices. Sit down. He said, "Reggie, we're gonna get your tiger back there. Rip you off, champ." And while he's talking, then he put two pieces of paper on. He had two contracts. He tried to get me to sign two contracts, and of course I was smart enough not to do that. So I did. I said, "Wait a minute, DK. If we can work out something, I'll sign one contract, but I'm not signing no two." And then he go off, and then I stop him in the middle of him going off and I say, "Wait a minute, DK. From one ghetto to the next, they're all the same." I say, "Man, I'm from the same motherfucking place you from."
One thing about it now, and I work with Don King on a few fights, man. Don King, he's smart and he's slick, but you got to watch him. Mm-hmm. You got to watch him. He will try to beat you every day and all day.
Hey, if someone mess over the greatest of all time, if somebody mess over the person who introduced the greatest of all time to them, he'll mess over anybody.
Yeah,
he will mess over anybody.
Right.
But see, I had a deal. See, I didn't sign a contract with him, but when I beat Lloyd Hunnigan, right? He had a contract with Lloyd Hunnigan. So in so many words, I owed Don King and him a fight. But see, I picked my fight. They couldn't pick it. I had to pick it.
Man.
Because he had one fight left on my contract.
And don't you know in the ultimate sport of boxing, you can't be a manager and a promoter. But if Don King is the promoter, his son is the manager, it's still up under the same umbrella.
Don King, yeah.
Exactly. And believe me, they did that quite a few times.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy.
You know what it is? That's people that don't know boxing, because these guys, Don King and Bob, everybody, us blacks, right? We see Don King and we always talk about Don King. But believe me, the other guy, what's his name? I work for him a lot too. What's the other promoter?
Bob Arum.
Bob Arum was just as dirty.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All the promoters are like that, but Don King is a standout because he's a man of color and he got the hair, and then his background. He's a standout. But you're right, man. All of them the same.
But the other thing, man, is that back then we didn't have the knowledge we have now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we now back then, we didn't know it. We just wanted to fight. As fighters, we just wanted to fight. We just wanted to
That's all. That was the main thing. What we wanted to do. That's all we wanted to do is fight.
Fight. So, but back then, we got to take advantage a lot by managers, by promoters. But now it's different. Now Mayweather, I got to give him respect and props for that, because he changed how he made it now where the fighter is supposed to get all the money. Okay, we as fighters, why should I make $2 million and the promoter's making $5 million? You know what I'm saying to you?
Right. I understand, man. I'm gonna tell you the biggest problem is this though, man. Us as fighters got to come together, because I can understand a fighter on one hand saying, "Wait a minute, man, I've been working hard at boxing. I'm finna get $10 million. Of course I'm gonna do this, because I'm gonna take care of my family and my responsibilities." But man, this would be easy if fighters come together, and this is why I'm working on the Forever Champions Tour, bringing fighters together, man. That's documentary. There's so much money to be made with us still. And then if we set up our own business structure, have play our pensions for fighters, this is something that we should listen to me, man. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I think if George Foreman spearhead something like this, hey man, boxing fighter, he fighters together, man.
George too much of a company man.
I've been in the field for a long time, right? And we say that. We do say that, right? But some of these guys, and like I said, like the Don King guy, these guys are very smart, and they've been in the business for a long time.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful, man. And that's why I like to talk to you guys, because
Yeah, but
we're on
but
the outside looking in, but you guys dealt with it.
boxing is getting better. Look, Don King, you don't see Don King around anymore. You don't see a lot of promoters around.
Unfortunately, we don't see him around anymore. He still counting our money.
Yeah, you're right. I talk about that, but the people got smarter. Fighters got smarter, where they could avoid people like Don King now. You know what I'm saying? But back then,
But I'm talking about the. Oh, damn, my damn thing just went off. Oh man.
You hear me? All right, y'all can. Jason.
Yeah.
What's good, brother?
What's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
I'm good, boss. Good.
What's up, Red? What's up, Omar?
Let the audience know who you are.
Jason Papillon, former NABL Super Welterweight champion. Roy Jones Jr. sparring partner for 10 years. What up, Reg? Omar? I know these guys.
Baby, how you been, Jason?
I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed.
Look at the
How you guys doing?
Little White. That's it, Little White.
I'm glad you came after me.
Jay, that's Marlon Starling on the line.
Marlon Starling. What's up, Marlon?
How you doing, my man?
Man, I'm blessed by the best, man. How are you?
Hey, man, God is good, man.
Yes, he is, man, all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
So let me ask you guys a question. What would it take to make the change that you guys would see appropriate for boxing? What would it take, and what would be the pros and cons? Okay, you're getting something, but you can't get something without giving something. They're gonna take something from you.
Well, that's how, you know, in so many words, you know, that's how it should be. But you know what? Don't forget now. A lot of these fighters today are being, in so many words, raped by some of these promoters.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have no education. And listen, I'm not talking like I was one of the smartest in the world, because I got beat by a lot of money. But some of these promoters is really robbing these brothers of mine. I mean, and when I say rob them, I mean they robbing them, man. I mean, there's always woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I think of it today, man. If I was here this day, if I was in it, you know what? I wasn't, and I should have did better with my money, and I was young, and I was spending a lot of money that I shouldn't spend.
Right, that makes sense.
But I got out with respect, and I respect the sport. So I got out with respect, and I respect the sport enough to not to come back.
Yeah, man.
How people come back past their time.
Yeah. I totally know what you're talking about. I also always felt that, I always felt that I mean, it's not like this is like the NBA, the NFL, or Major League Baseball, but I always felt that there should be, I don't know how you mandate it, but education as far as what to do with your money.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all up to the fighter. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Don't forget now, you're not getting too many college grads that's fighting in the WBC and WBA. You're not getting too many of those.
True.
So we looking for money, and we love our sport we're doing, but our number one goal is coming in that sport. See, my number one goal really was to be the best. I didn't care what happened during my time. I signed a contract. I said I'm going to give, and I was working at a job. I said, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this job right now, and I'm going to give Don King these promoters for 2 years, 2.5 years. I'm giving him my boss, being my boss for 2 years, in so many words. I didn't like it, but that's what I chose to do at that time.
Right. Man.
And it was a shot I took, and it worked out good for me.
Sure. So what are you doing in reference to boxing right now? Are you training anybody? You still working out? Are you doing anything in like In the meantime,
You know, I love the sport. You know, the sport is in me. I'm not in it like I'm not in it like I used to be in it because there's too many guys out there that think they pros that has money.
mm.
And I'm not fighting nobody for their gym or just I'm not gonna I'm not gonna get into the gym and try to teach somebody and they're only going to tell me this is how you do it and he hasn't fought a fight in his life.
Right.
There are a lot of people like that.
This is not how you do it. Everybody want to be a Mayweather.
Yeah.
Everybody want to be a Floyd Mayweather.
But nobody want to put in the work.
Nobody.
Yeah, what's this with old boy's got a billboard on his back over here? That's not a tattoo. Isn't that like an
No,
advertisement?
that's Winky. Everyone was doing that after Bernard Hopkins did that. They, betting on themselves and promoting these betting
Free
that
advertisement.
was the betting boom in the early 2000s. B-Hop did that. The first time I saw it, Bernard Hopkins did that against Felix Trinidad, and I heard he bet a huge amount of his purse on it, and he doubled his money because he knocked him out.
Right.
So ever since then, there was a lot of fighters coming out doing that. It was strange to me, but
very. But hey, the extra money, like you said, man, you're in the game for money.
Yeah. Jason, tell us about this fight.
Well, this fight right here,
yeah,
it was a tough fight. For this fight, I overtrained. I left it all in the gym.
You look good. You look like you was in shape, man.
No, that was, man. I weighed in at 149 pounds, man.
What?
And the fight was at 54. Yeah. I was dehydrated after 2 rounds, man. I just didn't have nothing in me, man. And it's nobody's fault but me, because it was my first time fighting for a world title, and I wanted to do so much. I wanted to be the best that night, and I overdid it. I was doing things that I shouldn't have been doing. I left it all in the gym. I just overtrained for it, and that's where I realized that I shouldn't have been fighting 54. I should have been fighting 47 my whole career.
Oh, wow.
The shit we don't know, Jason.
Yeah, for real, man. Yeah.
I went up 2 fights classes. I went up from 47 to 60 to fight Michael Nunn.
Yeah, Michael Nunn's a bad motherfucker.
Yeah.
Michael Nunn's a bad motherfucker. Hey, you know what I want to ask?
He shouldn't have beat me. He shouldn't have beat me.
That was a good fight.
He didn't win the fight. I lost the fight.
Does anybody on the panel have any interesting stories in reference to Freddie Pendleton?
I don't know who he is.
He's the IPF champ, right?
Maybe being real.
Oh man, Freddie, Marlon, you're actually sitting in the seat right now because he's one of our co-hosts, man. But Freddie got a story about everybody. And Freddie
Freddie?
Oh man, he most notable. He fought Sweet Pea Whitaker.
Okay.
He came up short on that, but he admit that. He was drugged when he fought goddamn Felix Trinidad. I mean, that was ridiculous. That he insists. Look, I'll just say the story checked out because looking back at it, that fight was stopped, and I'm looking at his face, and he didn't look right. And he told us a story about how his trainer ended up buying a goddamn house after that fight. He was like, he ain't make no more money than I did. What the fuck? Where'd that money come from? So,
but that's how they do things.
Oh boy. So all
that's
right.
how they do things in profession. You have to one thing about it. One thing about the sport of boxing, you have to have somebody around you pretty much at all times that knows boxing.
Yeah. So here's what I'm gonna ask the pros. Have y'all ever been involved or been around something that was strange in reference to like cheating in the sport, where you looked at it like, well, damn, that's not right, or you fought a guy was like, yo, you know what, this guy's normally out of gas in 3 rounds, and his eyes is big, and he got an engine tonight. What the fuck is that? I want to start with Courage. Have you ever seen anything or been around anything that was kind of like fugazi?
I've never have seen anything, but I know this though. Everybody that has been caught cheating, I'm talking steroids and everything, once they were exposed, they lost their fight after that. You know what I mean? Even the great ones, anybody that was caught cheating, I mean, I'm talking Shane Mosley, he lost after that, you know what I mean? And they blamed it on the strength and conditioning coach. There's some guys that are just, for example, I'll put it this way. I had Ronald Ellis fight Benavides, right, recently.
Yeah.
And when we got in Connecticut at the casino, yo, Benavides was skinny, man. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, so I'm telling my guy, I'm like, yo, we jumping on him right away. He's weak. But then I heard that some camps, not that I saw it, some camps, they use, they hydrate through the veins, you know,
With the IV.
yeah, with the IV, you know. And I remember asking the commission, like, yo, is that even allowed? You know what I mean? Do they do that? You know what I mean? So there was rumors like, yo, there are some people that just do the IV. I've never experienced it myself. But, you know, for a person just to blow up in one day, I'm like, how do you do that? You know, I mean,
Hey,
Munguia is one of them.
James Toney did that against Roy Jones.
Yeah.
You know,
He put on
I
17
One
pounds.
thing about
He
James
put
Toney
on
was good.
17 pounds after the weigh-in. They weighed in for the 167-pound weight limit. And when he showed up in the ring the next night, HBO, when they re-weighed him, he was 180-some pounds.
Yeah.
But people gotta understand, man. Listen, man. You don't gain all that weight once, like that's all water weight. As a fighter, you know, if I'm gaining after a weigh-in, after a fight, if I gain 10 pounds, 15, that's all water weight. I can't gain that really eating weight. We eat a little bit after the fight. We eat a little bit after the weigh-in. I mean, after the weigh-in, we drink a lot of fluids. Right or wrong, guys? That's what it is.
You're right.
That's what they do.
I'm 50. After the fight, you'll see that I'm going to be way lighter than when I went into the ring with. So people got to understand is that you don't gain 15 pounds of muscle. You gain 15 pounds of water weight. You know what I'm saying? So you think I feel strong. I'm really dehydrated. You know what I'm saying? So I'll keep drinking. I'm scared I'm going to get dehydrated. You know what I'm saying? So when people go, oh my God, after the weigh-in, he weighed 15 pounds heavier. No, man. That's all water weight. That's not food. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, people
With James, some of it was food, though.
Yeah, James like to eat, though.
James Toney went through it. I was with our tour guide a lot. Karen knows our tour guide used to weigh in. After the weigh-in, he used to drink pints of Peerless Shore, Gatorade, all that, to pour that weight on him. You know what I'm saying? He ate, but didn't eat that much, you know?
Yeah.
How much you can't go into the ring full, man. You know, you're gonna feel like shit, you know?
I don't know how true it is, but I've heard that some guys, you know, they would go to the doctor and get that IV put in them. That would put the weight back on them overnight too.
Yeah, a lot of people did that shit. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, one thing about me, I had a long career and I won four belts. And you know, I did nothing cheating. I never cheated. I had to work for what I wanted.
Right.
And when I you know, most people when they retire, you know, when they get out, most people usually make a comeback.
Right.
I knew when I left it that it was over. And it was hard. That was hard to swallow. But you know, it was too many of my friends being champions. I couldn't afford to stay in there.
I feel you.
I wanted to be. So it was time for me to leave.
I know that feeling, man. I felt the same way, man. I felt the same way after I had my daughter, and I knew that was it. I didn't want to leave home no more. I didn't have the desire to leave home
get up
no
and
more.
go no more.
Yeah.
I mean, I get up and I go out there. I run 3 or 4 miles and, you know, didn't get me something to eat. But you know, after after I had my, you know, and I was a single parent. I
Oh
had a
boy.
kid.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's tough. You gotta make a decision. You single parent too. That's
I was a single parent at that time.
damn. Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
But But Jay, let me ask you: you ever thought
Yeah.
you was in the ring with somebody that was on some gear?
Well, let me tell you, I have 2 episodes that one was in London, England. I was fighting Howard Clark. I was fighting Howard Clark, and he didn't show up at the weigh-in, the press conference, or nothing. He just showed up when it was time to fight, and I knew he was not on the weight.
No, he had to go to score.
Yeah, and back at home, when I fought at home, I fought Floyd Weaver, and if you know the Weaver boys, they're triplets. There are 3 of them.
Floyd,
So,
Floyd, and Lloyd. Yep.
Yeah, I weighed in with one, and I come to fight night. I don't think that was the one that I fought.
And it's funny you mentioned the Weaver triplets, because people accuse Mike Weaver of being on PEDs, but you look at the genetics, look at the triplets. Every one of them looks like Hercules.
They do, man. I swear. Hey, when we weighed in, I was like, man. When we got to the ring and he took that robe off, I said, man, that can't be the same guy that weighed in. Man, he was muscular and broke, man.
Yeah, that messed up, man. That is messed up. You fighting.
Yeah, that'd be a great scene in the movie, man. That's hilarious.
That'd be hilarious. Oh man.
Yeah, my whole corner was like, something ain't right. That can't be the guy, man. Yeah,
that's the switcheroo, man.
I think they got me. Yeah, I think they got me. But whoever it was, though, he got knocked out in the 2nd round. So
It didn't matter.
Oh man, that's funny. You did a double take, like, yo, nah, that's not the guy that we saw yesterday.
I'm serious. That's how it was. I'm like, man, everybody looked at each other like, man, that can't be him. That can't be him.
Man, that boxing was something else, man.
Oh,
but you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. As we say this stuff, I'm gonna tell you, all you guys, you know what? That's the best job I ever had.
Yeah.
It's the best job I ever had.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh man, that is a story.
Oh man, that's funny. That is funny.
Hey, do you know why that's the best job you ever had? Because there's something that you love. And think about it, man. Most fighters that really love the ultimate sport of boxing, we still would be doing this if they wasn't paying us to do it.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we doing something that we love to do.
Yeah.
That's it, man.
Well, it's in your bloodline, man. That's what it is, man. It's in your blood, man. You're just used to it. You know what I'm saying? You love
That's
it.
right. But once you learn that it's a business, come with it, man. I can get paid for something that I already love to do.
Hell yeah.
I think that's why I think about it. It makes sense. That's why a lot of fighters, kind of like getting messed over because they doing something that they love to do.
Right.
Yeah. And then when you find out about the think about it. Most fighters get to that point where, hey, wait a minute, man. They start thinking more about the money because, hey, man, you taking all the punishment. You should be getting paid the money, the lion's share of the money.
Right.
You see, sometimes when you do something that you love, you got to reconsider it when you throw a paycheck behind it. Like,
right.
I draw, and everyone looks at my stuff, say, "Yo, man, you could do this, you could do that, you could draw comic books." And I said, "Look, I do this. My best work is when I sit at the table and I just clear my head and just start, pen to paper. That's my best work. When you put a deadline and money, you got to meet the deadline. I will put out the worst work ever. And other people say that's great, but in my heart, I say, nah, this ain't shit. This ain't really what I can do. So once you put money behind something that you love, it becomes a job rather than something that you actually love to do.
Right.
And I feel that you guys, that's why I love talking to you guys, Omar, Jason, Reggie, Courage. You see, I think it's the great. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold on.
It's probably Lonnie. Man,
Lonnie.
Hey.
That's a funny ass mess. That's a funny ass answer message you got, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I had to do that.
Lonnie Beasley on the line, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
In
so
the house.
like I was saying, once you put a paycheck behind something you love, it's no longer something you love. It's a job.
Right. That's
And
right.
I have a day job and I can't stand it, but I do it. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. We gotta bring in the paper.
Got to bring in the paper. You know, you gotta feed the family, keep a roof over
Gotta
your
feed
head.
the family,
You're
take
right.
care of the kids. Yeah.
I find that a lot of you guys are happier being retired and working behind the scenes. I find that you guys are happier. Now, there might be some.
Wait. Now, I want that money.
No, I was about to say, there might be some things you look at and say, yo, look, man, these kids, I know some of you guys look at it and say, yo, look, this guy, and this guy has a belt. I know in my day, I'd whoop his ass all over the ring.
Yep.
You know,
Listen.
Freddie tells us that all the time. He beat up Bud Crawford. He beat up Errol Spence. He beat up everybody, but he can't take it back. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But now, again, like what Reggie said, if you knew back then what you knew now, you guys would be a lot better off.
You're right.
I agree.
Hey, I got a question.
I agree.
Go ahead.
Everything happened for
Hey, I got a
reason.
question.
I mean,
Hey,
it was all to help
this
us
for
out.
Omar.
So basically, boxing saved our lives.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. One thing about it, you know what? I'm gonna tell you, I haven't had a job ever that I loved like I love the job of boxing.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I love doing what I was doing.
Go ahead, Ant. You had a question, Ant? Go ahead.
Yeah, the question for Omar. Hey, what's going on, Omar?
What's up, baby? What's going on, man?
Hey, I got a question. You know, we over there in England, man. Did you suspect Joe Calzaghe of doing any cheating when you fought Calzaghe?
I believe that any fighter who fights overseas, I think there's something going on that's bettering for the other side. Like Jason said before, like sometimes you go, you don't even see the fighter in the show for the weigh-in, or some sick shit going on. So I don't know, and I always think that you're always against the wall as soon as you go overseas and fight someone. I always feel like they're on some slick shit on the other side. I always believe that.
Yeah.
And for some reason,
I got a video. Nettle sent it to me. Nettle sent me a video. Hold on.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Nettle sent me a video when he one of his fighters had fought Calzaghe, and Calzaghe got on the scale for like 4 seconds and he got off the scale, and then him and Nettles got into it. You remember that?
Yeah. That was against I think Kabari, something like that. I think it was against Kabari that nobody looked at the weight, nobody seen him weigh in but his team, you know? So yeah, there's a lot of stick shit goes on every time you go overseas, I think, you know, but you gotta have people, I guess, to watch over all that, you know.
Right.
Some people don't have experience like we have experience now that we wish we knew back then. You know what we know, you know, when we're ready for it. But shit happens, man. You know.
You live and learn.
Yeah. Sometimes.
Yeah. Joe Calzaghe always had a gas tank that was kind of suspect to me. I'll just say that. And I don't think, you know, his build didn't match, his output didn't match his physique, if it makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It didn't match. You know, he threw a million punches around.
I don't take nothing away from any fighter, man, because we don't have the 100% proof. He was an awesome fighter, you know, he did what he had to do, but you just feel like when you go overseas, there's something funny going on, you know? And for some reason, you always go into the ring feeling as fighting from being the guest. You always feel like you're not 100%. For some strange reason, like you're back home. You know what they do. Your food, your water. You don't know what's going on, man. You know.
And back then, they didn't have judges. The referee.
Yeah.
The
first fight I lost in England, I beat the guy. Never showed for the weigh-in. Right. He comes to the ring. He's like 6'2", looks like 220. I'm like, I'm telling myself to make 168 pounds I'm killing myself to make 168 pounds the day before. I'm like, where's the guy at? They're like, oh, he already came in to weigh in. I'm like, what? That's weird. Then after the fight, it was on ESPN. I beat him almost every round, and then only they kept him up because he was way bigger than me, right? He had to be like 2-something, right? And the referee just goes and raises his hand. I'm like, what happened? Oh, he won. I go, how the ref going to judge the fight and ref the fight at the same time? That's what they did back then for non-championship fights.
Right.
Oh my God.
Oh, I fought twice before down there, but I knocked the guys out, so I never had that experience. So it was the distance, so that he just puts the other guy hand up and say he won. I said, what? Bullshit is this shit, you know?
Oh man.
But
this is why I don't want guys going overseas. Salute to Jeremy Carter. That super chat. He said, wow, Reggie Johnson. I remember he outslicked and gave Lamar Parks a boxing lesson on USA's Tuesday night fights. Yes, sir.
Reggie Johnson was a very good, slick southpaw fighter. Very slick.
Very slick. Very slick.
Good counter puncher. Good movements, you know? But at that time, you know, boxing's so different now, man. These champions now are so different than the champions back then, man. I swear to you, man. And I'm sure Reggie goes about before me, and he can, I'm sure, see the way these fighters are, man. These fighters are they're like prima donna, some of these fighters, man, for real, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You 100% right about that. And think about this here, man. Have this dawned on anybody that America, I know we got Clarissa Shields, but we haven't won a gold medal since 2004, Andre Ward.
Right.
Okay, now, let me bring you up to speed on that. Think about like when you bring up the old school trainers like Eddie Futch. Think about it. Most of the ones we had that has passed on. Like when I turned pro at 17, I had the welterweight champion who became a great trainer from Dallas, Curtis Coates. He's passed on. Think about all these old school trainers that's passed on, and think about it. There's very few trainers who was trained by the old school trainers that are training fighters.
Right.
It's a lost art now, man.
Hey, you know, I hear you guys speak about Eddie Futch and everything. I want to tell you something. I worked with Eddie Futch, and I was honored to work with Eddie Futch. But you know, when it came to that money, I didn't trust Eddie Futch.
Oh wow. Wow. Why you say that?
Because he did things that I wasn't going for things that he wanted to go for.
Oh, okay.
I'll leave it like that.
He rest in peace, man. No, let's not talk about somebody that can't defend himself, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No doubt.
Yeah. Like I said, but you know what? Let me tell you something. That I don't care what nobody say. That was one of the best guys out there. Yeah. With respect, you know, he shut me up. Now, and I was a guy that I talk shit and all this, right? Eddie shut me up with 2 words when I was getting ready for a fight. I was working, and Eddie, it was time to spar, right? And I said, man, I ain't sparring today. Eddie looked me in my eye. He said, do what you want to do, and walked away. Hey, that was enough for a person that really wants to win the world title. When somebody with the knowledge and everything of Eddie Futch look at you and say, "What you want to do?" You feel like a little ant in the corner. I went my hotel room and wanted to cry. But hey, when it was time to train, I was right there ready.
Yeah, I heard nothing but great things about Eddie, and the knowledge he's passed on to a bunch of guys, man. Nothing but great things about Eddie. Mm-hmm. Nothing but great things, man.
You know who was Freddie Roach's first fighter?
His first fighter?
Yeah.
Freddie Roach?
Yeah.
Nah.
You know?
Nah.
His first world champion. You don't know who it was?
Was it James Toney?
Nah.
Who was it?
Guy named Marlon Stone.
Who?
A guy named Marlon Starling.
Morning.
Tooting his own horn. I didn't know that.
Point blank.
Oh shit! Yo, my buddy George is in the chat. He said it was Virgil Hill. You sure it was a Virgil Hill?
Okay. You got me. Yeah, because when I got there, Virgil, we were about the same time, yeah. Virgil, God, how you go back that far? Yeah, cause me and Virgil spot. Me and Virgil spot a lot.
Hey, Lonnie.
Yes, sir.
What you been up to, brother?
Just working, just steady slaving. You know, I was one of them boxers who had two jobs all the time.
I know you, man. I hear you, man.
So basically, when it was time to retire, I could actually retire because I had worked my way to the top. I was always, working. So by the time me retire, I was already making $100,000 just working. So when it was time to retire, I can leave without having to, make a comeback. Without keep fighting.
I wasn't making no comeback. I ain't had to worry about that.
So let me ask you. You was in touch with your finances. You knew what to do. You took that a little more that was a little more serious to you as opposed to most.
Well, the reason most of us was fighting from the start was just because of money. That's once your skills come in and you start beating up everybody in the gym, and around the world. So you look at boxing, and that was your check, because once you fight, your last fight is your last payday.
And that was scary, wasn't that?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, that was don't forget now. You make it all your last fight is your last paycheck.
Oh,
that was that was scary for me. I went home after and then I'm thinking, am I gonna fight again? Am I gonna fight again? And then I'm thinking, man, this gonna be my last paycheck. And that was scary. That was, since you mentioned that was some scary stuff, man, for me.
Oh, it was tough on every fighter. That made you a lot.
But my thing was, I loved the sport more than I loved the money. That's why I left. That's why I left the sport of boxing.
Okay.
Because I could have stayed there and made some more money, but probably got beat. I wasn't that type of guy. I wasn't. Right. You couldn't punch on me for no money.
Right.
So,
when how people retire. Back then, most people that retired made a comeback.
Well, I love boxing, but I hate the game.
There you go.
But you couldn't say that better than I can say that. I slept on that. I love the sport, but I hate the game.
Hate the game. The game is so messed up.
Boy, I love the sport, but I hate the game.
Man.
I mean, dealing with Bob Arum and Don King and oh man, the other guy. Oh, I forgot the other guy. The guy I had that worked with me. But you know what? In order for you to try to make it, you got to trust somebody. You know what I mean? And you got to give somebody. You can't do it by yourself.
Right.
And you know what? This is the three I had. I had Don King, Bob Arum, or Cedric Kushner. Now, which one you want to choose? Okay, I wanted to fight for the title. So in order for me to fight for a title, I had to give up something, which means I got to give Bob Arum my next 3 fights. Now, why would I want to give him my next 3 fights? If I want to fight his guy that got the title, You got to give him a letter. He got to be your promoter for the next three fights.
Man.
If you want the title, you got to be. If you want the title, you got to play the game.
He want options on you if you get the title. He want options on you.
Listen, when Don King promoting you, guess what? He's leaving with the winner. No question. No question. He's leaving with the winner.
Hey, you know one thing? He right about that, because remember when George Foreman and Joe Frazier fought?
What happened, Reggie? What happened? What'd you say, Reggie?
I say, remember when George Foreman and Joe Frazier fought? Don King went there with Joe Frazier, but he left with George Foreman.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah,
I heard about that.
Yeah,
So
that's
I heard about that.
Yeah. I was just letting y'all know that, because what he just said, that's very true about Don King. He gonna always leave with the winner.
But check this out, fellas.
I remember that night that Mike Tyson pushed Don King in the face. I was at the fight because I had a fight the day after.
Oh shit!
Didn't he break Don King's jaw?
Oh, right. It was somewhere. It was in Atlantic City. Now back in the day, people talk about Vegas, right? Back in the day, the big fights was in Atlantic City. Atlantic City was the
Those stomping grounds, Omar.
Everybody talk about Mike Tyson and Michael Spinks.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be one of the biggest fights, right? And they had that, and instead of having it in Vegas, that was right in Atlantic City.
Yeah, I was at that fight.
And then he knocked him out in the round.
Oh shit!
But Mike wasn't training neither though. I mean, I'm talking about Michael Springs. He wasn't doing the right thing. And with Mike Tyson, I always said, when I used to ask Eddie Fletcher, I said, man, I spar with him. I want to spar with Mike Tyson. And then he had the gym. I was fighting in Atlantic City, and Tyson was fighting in Atlantic City. He was fighting the day after, right? I said, I want to go see. I'm gonna go see Tyson spar. Since I'm here, we fighting one day after each other, right? I went my first time seeing him. I went to see a spar, right? And I said to myself, ain't nobody gonna beat him but him. Ain't nobody gonna beat Mike Tyson but him, because he was too powerful, and his hands was too fast. And that's just how it went. Did nobody beat Mike Tyson but Mike Tyson?
Stormy.
Well, Mike Tyson was a small heavyweight. So when he got in the game, I remember in Ohio State Fair, we fought.
Oh, you remember that?
Oh yeah.
You were there the house, yeah.
Oh yeah.
When he just got out of jail.
We was fighting from Sunday to Sunday.
Yeah.
And he knocked out everybody every day.
God damn.
But he oh yeah, he used to show up to the fight and he'd be crying before he get to the ring because he was scared. Because he was little. He had them big old heavyweights over him. So, he was only 5'11".
He could have been short. He could have been shorter than that, man.
Right. And,
I believe Mike Tyson.
Oh man, he was in good shape.
He was killing them. I mean, it was.
Oh, you remember that? I remember that first day. I remember that day.
Oh yeah.
Yo.
Hold on, y'all. Omar, what'd you say?
I believe one of Mike's biggest downfalls.
Wait, hold on, Marlon. What'd you say, Omar?
I believe one of Mike's biggest downfall was when he left Kevin Rooney.
Yeah, I agree.
I had the opportunity to train with Kevin Rooney. I I had Mike Tyson first team when I turned professional with Bill Cayton and Steve Locke, and Kevin Rooney as my trainer. And I used to watch tapes of Mike and that. So what people don't understand, Mike was when he trained, man, he was an animal, bro. He trained hard, bro, and he had so much speed and so much.
That's what got me. That's what got me to speed.
Yeah, so Mike was so fast, he had so much speed that people didn't realize that when he got in the ring with them, everybody else was so much bigger than him. But he was so much faster and stronger by his movements. And Kevin Rooney bring the best out of him. And he was scared of
the speed. That's what. You know, that's what changed my mind from sparring with him.
Yeah, Mike was an animal, man. Mike
he was a beast at his time, and when he had Kevin Rooney, he had somebody that wasn't scared of him.
About him.
There was somebody about respect, and if I tell you do one more round, you gotta do one more round. If I see Mike, people say do one more round, he looked at them like they were crazy. You know what I'm saying? So Mike gotta respect you. If he respects you, he's gonna do what you're gonna tell him to do, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be. It's all about any fighter. It has to be about a confidence he has to have with his trainer, man. That he feels like he's learning and going to the next level. If you're not, then you're not gonna really do well at the fight, man. You know?
It's awful, man.
So Mike Tyson, when he came out of jail, he basically trained himself for all them fights. My opinion, you know.
I was there that day he got out of jail.
You was there?
He was in upstate New York.
Sheesh. Yeah, Mike went to prison at the wrong time. Well, first of all, he went to prison on some bullshit, but he went to prison at the wrong time because when he was away, the division got very live, and there was a lot of work out there.
Drew, look at the heavyweights now. If all these heavyweights now, you got Tyson Fury, the heavyweight champion of the world. Let's be honest. No disrespect to any of these heavyweights now. Back then, when Tyson was around, that's what heavyweights looked like. When Tyson was around, Holyfield was around, Paul was around, even Lennox Lewis, even Courage. All those guys were exciting. Now the heavyweights are like all just, come on, man. It's all about just people from overseas. People overseas are dominating.
If Cosmero wouldn't have died, wouldn't nobody ever beat Mike Tyson.
Let me say this: you mentioned overseas.
Yeah,
I blame HBO for a lot of that shit, beating us in the head with these overseas fighters instead of giving the talent right here on American soil to shine. Because there was a lot of guys that were coming through that just didn't get they wasn't backed, and guys, the HBO was just they was feeding us Klitschko's. And then everyone was watching that night when Klitschko got in the ring with what's his name from South Africa? What's his name? Corey Sanders.
Yeah.
And that southpaw, he knocked him on his ass, and he never rematched him. That told me something right there.
Right.
So they
But
beat
you
us in
understand
the
this, though.
fucking guys.
I think you got to understand this. So during that era, HBO went with
boxing is that's part of the game. The game
went
is,
with guys.
They run the thing because the promoter is the one who's making all the money, and he's the one setting everything up. So if you're not his fighter, then you basically coming in there to lose. Y'all know in boxing, whoever show up last in the ring is the one supposed to lose.
Wait. What do you mean by that? Because I always got in the ring last. Because I was the champion.
But you was always supposed to lose.
Listen, the champion always gets in the ring last.
Right, I'm saying, right, so whoever they introduce last is the one supposed to win, right?
Right.
But it's that's what I'm saying.
Nah.
You already know
Not Larry Holmes.
who the promoter is for because the
Holmes Cooney
is the one that they introduce last. Whoever they say last is the one that's supposed to win. That's all the fight.
But not if you're a champion.
Now, if you the champ and they introduce you to ass,
but that introduced me to as being the champion.
you still supposed to win. But if they introduce whoever they say first, they don't supposed to win.
Nope.
You go somewhere it's not supposed to win.
You're right. You're right.
The whole team, you go to anywhere, and then you coming out, and they introduce you first. You was the one that supposed to lose.
That's right.
Hey, for real.
You're right.
If you want to get rich, all you got to do is bet on the one that they introduced. Hey,
oh man.
You most likely gonna win your money.
I don't know what you're smoking, man.
The window's closed, man.
For sure is if you can hit and not be hit, and you outpoint somebody, you can whoop everybody all around the world, but and they still can a fight, but if you beating everybody up, then you just make a lot of enemies in your life. Because them people don't like you. You know the fighters. If you beat all the fighters y'all done beat, think about how many people mad at you right now. They still mad. They still mad at you because they mad at you because you beat them back then, and they're not gonna let it go. They can't even. They even though they needed your squad, they needed your help, but you beat them up.
They ain't gonna let it go.
They still pissed off because you
Courage.
For real. Boxing is crazy.
Boxing is crazy.
Boxing is crazy.
What?
Where you at? What state?
I think it's the
I'm in Cali.
Hey, let me
I'm in
tell you
California.
something. You said boxing is crazy, right?
Right.
Guess what? It's the best job I ever had.
Right. Well, it's the first job that ever made. It was prostitution and fighting. And when just think of it, when you were the first man on the world, they was fighting. Hey. They was fighting. It was all about fighting for whatever you wanted in life.
Omar, you still in Jersey?
That's why they play boxing, and that's why that people respect.
You still in
boxing.
Jersey?
You just said something that I said this to my friend. You said something just then that I say to everybody. What sport that you do that you don't play?
Boxing.
So you
Play boxing?
You fuck around and die. Now let me go to Courage. Courage was saying something earlier when I mentioned the Klitschko and Corey Sanders situation. Go ahead.
I think it was. I was talking about how you said HBO, ruined the whole game by international fighters. You got to understand, at the time, it's not like now with the media, right? At the time, those boys brought the most people into the stadium. They sold a lot.
Yeah, you're right.
I think Omar will agree with me. We were signed by a big company, Luduva at the time, right? He had everybody. I mean, I'm talking Holyfield, Panel Whitaker, Arturo Gatti, Omar Shika, David Tua, Andrew Gallardo. But the HBO went with guys that sold the venues. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's why you find guys like what was it? Veggie who always fought in his town. What was the guy that got knocked out by
Ricky Hatton.
The body shot? Because they the heavyweight Joe Messi, right? He fought in his hometown because he could fill the stadium. You know what I mean? So HBO, to their credit, they went where
Joe Macy was a sellout.
Where they sold the most. I mean, if you got
Joe
Tina
Macy
Turner,
was a dud.
If you got Tina Turner at your fight like the Klitschko's did, you know what I mean, and it's pegged. Where's the TV gonna go? You know what I mean?
But you know what happened? Somewhere that declined because they stopped fighting over here. We was watching their fights at 3 PM in the States. They were fighting back in Germany.
Because it wasn't exciting.
And there you go. That's what happened.
Look, you can be the best fighter in the world anyway, But if you don't fight in America, man, nobody cares.
Thank
I
you.
mean?
Thank
If you can be, I mean, look
Anthony
at
Joshua.
I'm talking. You can be a name in your hometown, wherever you are from.
You know what it is, Courage?
You
You know
don't
what
come to America,
Courage.
it don't count.
You know what it is, Courage? Is that they pay you so much more money overseas. It's crazy. They pay you more money over there than here. That's what's sad about it. Back then, if you fought in England, they offered you a lot more money to fight down there than to fight in America. That's
And
what
you
it was.
take it.
Yeah, people took it. You know what I'm saying?
It's also I learned there was a bit of smoke screen.
That's why when they become a champion from England, they try to keep the belt there. By keeping the belt there, they try to get all the fighters from America to go up there and fight them, and it's going to be very hard for you to win down there. But it's all about politics, man. That's what was sad about it back then. Back then, we didn't have so many TV networks now that want to broadcast boxing. Back then, it was only certain networks that broadcast boxing. You know what I'm saying? So back then, that everybody from England will offer fighters to come from America to go down there and fight. And they offer them a lot of money, but they rob them down there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
And even and say this.
Go ahead.
Hey, and we back up on Omar on that. That's like the Sven Aki in Germany. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They had to go fight him over there.
Yeah. And now down here, they offer a fighter $150,000 back then to go fight a Steph Aki or Kawasaki. But you had to go by their rules, everything. You know what I'm saying to you?
Marcus,
sad about it, but
Michael Shesky, Marcus Beyer.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Shesky.
What people got to do now, man, to fix boxing is to make one champion in each division.
Yeah, get rid of all them belts.
You know what I'm saying? Make one champion in each division. So when you say who's the super middleweight champ, who's the welterweight champ, who's the heavyweight champ, just say one guy. You know
right.
And that's how. And that one guy has to fight whoever the next upcoming best is, and that's how you stay champion. If the guy can't make the weight no more, or go to a different weight class, then the belts will separate again. But that's the thing with boxing. It's too many champions, man, in one weight.
Too many belts.
Well, what's been happening is every time a fighter gets close to undisputed, depending on who the fighter is,
they make it harder to
make it harder.
Yeah,
Which is
right.
why we can't get Devin Haney versus Kambosos right now.
Listen, no disrespect to David, no disrespect to Haney, the same, but Haney didn't really beat a champion. He really didn't beat a champion to get that belt. Now they're giving belts away now, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know how he got the belt though, right? You know how he got it.
How?
Because Vasily Lomachenko vacated instead of fighting him. That's the only reason why he ended up with it.
By the end of the day, he didn't beat nobody for it, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. But my point is,
you can't say you're a champion, bro, if you didn't beat nobody for it.
No, I get that, but
I like Haney. Don't get me wrong, but you got to earn your way there, man. You got to earn your shot there.
Well, it's hard. It's hard. I hear what you're saying, and people give him a hard time of that. But all he was doing was running around trying to fight the best, and the best ducked him.
Well,
Vasily Lomachenko ducked him. They ducked him.
I don't think Lomachenko ducked anybody, bro.
He did. He did. Omar, he did.
But
he did.
Probably the promoters got to play to it. You know what I'm saying?
No, well, let me explain. Let me explain. I can explain because I scream about this Monday through Friday. All Devin Haney wanted to do was fight Vasily Lomachenko. When it was time for Vasily to fight him, they invented that franchise status. And then he said, he went to Mauricio Sulaiman. Let me get that. Mauricio said, you can't have both. He vacated the real WBC strap and accepted the franchise status, right? Instead of fighting Devin Haney. Devin Haney wanted to fight him.
That's another thing about all this franchise champion and super champion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why Devin Haney couldn't fight him. That's why Devin Haney didn't get the fight.
Yeah, but listen, man, listen. But all right, it looks like you like Haney. But what did Haney do before? What did Haney do before that to earn a shot against Lomachenko, bro?
He got ducked.
Who he fought?
Better question. Where was he ranked?
It don't matter, bro. I don't put.
Oh, it does. It does. Where was he ranked?
bullshit now. Come on, man, Joe.
Nah, he was Omar.
Yeah,
He was right in line. Now watch this. Watch this, Omar. Watch this. Watch this, Omar.
I didn't even know who Haney was, bro. When Lomachenko is about money. He's a big name. Who the hell is Haney to him? Let's be honest.
No, okay, so you're talking about it from a business aspect. From a business aspect. But okay, so why do we have rankings?
No, rankings is bullshit, man. That's
okay.
Bullshit.
There it is.
All right,
let me tell you
something. No, I love Canelo's an awesome fighter, right? Canelo's an awesome fighter. You think Canelo heavyweight? Right? No, heavyweight. And just try to beat champions like they were nobody. Back then, you couldn't do that shit to the super middleweights. You know
okay, now watch this. You heard of Jorge Linares?
Yes.
Haney beat him.
Yeah, but when did he beat Norris? Now?
Okay, so who did Lomachenko beat to get on that pedestal?
First of all, Lomachenko's a 2-time Olympic gold medal champion. Right?
That has nothing to do with the pros, brother.
He went in every weight class, picked the best fighter, the best champion that everybody was ducking, and beat them and stopped them.
Who?
That Cuban kid. What's his name? With Ruganago, whatever.
Rigondeaux.
Rigondeaux? Hold on.
Nobody want to fight him. Nobody want to fight him.
Hold on, Omar. Hold on. I gotta bring you up to speed, my brother. I love you, brother. I gotta bring you up to speed. The Rigondeaux fight, all right. Rigondeaux was up how many weight divisions? Like 2?
2, yeah.
The guy was fighting at like 122. He couldn't get a fight. He got frozen out in his respective division. He had to go up 2 weight classes to fight Lomachenko. And I felt bad because I attended that fight. Vasily Lomachenko looked like a welterweight. Rigondeaux came out looking like a 12-year-old boy.
Listen,
and it wasn't fair. He went up there and he lost, and then they stripped him from the belt. He didn't even lose the belt. Hold on a second. He didn't lose the belt at 122, but they stripped him. He had to go up 2 weight classes and lose against a guy he had no business fighting. So if we're gonna give him credit for that, that's fine. But then if we're gonna do that, then we got to give Devin Haney credit for beating Linares. Linares only won 1 round in that fight, and I can't take credit away from Devin.
What an old boy, bro. Lomachenko already stopped him. Come on, man. He put an old Lauren Haney. Lomachenko.
Well, Linares fought Lomachenko first.
Courage. Jason, you're not gonna help me with this bullshit? Come on,
This is the
fact. No.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Omar.
Good fight. Listen. I'm not like a big fan of Lomachenko. This,
I can't tell.
No. Listen.
I kind of agree with Omar.
I think Lomachenko.
So you're saying Devin Haney,
fighter, bro.
You're saying Devin Haney doesn't deserve a Lomachenko fight?
No, I'm not saying. I agree.
How many losses Lomachenko got?
No.
Hold on.
If I'm not correct, if you turn the light on behind Omar back there's a Lomachenko poster on the wall.
Listen, Lomachenko got 2 losses. He lost his second pro fight. And here we go. And this brings it in. This brings it into another thing. You wonder why HBO doesn't exist anymore. You wonder why HBO doesn't exist anymore? No. Because they put money behind a guy like Lomachenko who lost his second pro fight.
Let me tell you.
And they act like it didn't happen.
Can I talk for a minute? Listen.
Go ahead.
First of all, HBO don't got boxing no more because all these other networks are becoming bigger. Okay? All these other networks, you got NBC, you got Showtime, you got ABC, you got ESPN, you got Dazen, you got all these other boxing sites now. Listen, Lomachenko be
well, George,
because you lose don't mean you suck. You know what I'm saying?
Lomachenko
lost his second pro fight against a guy who has a lot of experience, very dirty fighter, very good fighter at the time. Orlando
Salido.
But Orlando Salido now, he would have killed him. But
why didn't he rematch him then?
He lost to Lopez.
Why didn't he rematch Salido?
Because at that time Salido lost.
No, but I'm saying, why didn't he run it back?
But at that time he was the champion. Lomachenko's about a guy, he wants to go after the belt. He wants to go after whoever's the champion. He wants to go, and you got to respect somebody like that, bro.
That's not accurate, my brother. And here's my problem with Lomachenko.
Lopez gave Lomachenko a good fight, right? And Lomachenko could say his shoulder hurt it, whatever. Watch when Lomachenko fought Kambosos, right? Watch how Lomachenko beats Kambosos.
He's not going to make the Kambosos fight. He's ducking bullets in the Ukraine right now.
Well, listen. I respect the guy who defends his country, bro. You gotta love that.
I respect it too. And let me tell you why HBO failed, because all of this is relevant. The Klitschko's, Lomachenko, Triple G, they have a lot of privilege. Want me to show you what I'm talking about? What's that say?
Go ahead.
What's that say? You see it?
Well,
it says he's 14-0 with 10 knockouts. That is an absolute lie.
When was that?
He was sitting in the audience on ESPN, and they put up his record, and I'm looking at that like that is not true.
Well,
the man lost his second pro fight. This is the privilege that Lomachenko has. This is the privilege that Triple G has. This is the privilege that the Klitschko's had, and that's why HBO failed. Instead of backing the people they were supposed to back. There's no reason why all of these guys should be running from Devin Haney, because that's exactly what happened.
Well,
Devin Haney was easy work.
Her HBO was Floyd Mayweather. That's what her HBO. When Floyd Mayweather left to Showtime, he took all his fighters with him. I'm saying to you, that's what her show on HBO. When he got the deal with Showtime and De La Hoya was promoting Mayweather at that time, whatever happened between De La Hoya, all the fighters that Mayweather had, he took them all to Showtime, and that's what her HBO at the time.
You think Larry Merchant didn't have anything to do with that?
Listen, Triple G is an awesome fighter. Klitschko's an awesome fighter. Lomachenko's an awesome fighter. But you can't play an HBO for putting them on. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? That's HBO took a chance with them. They're good fight. You're gonna tell me Lomachenko is not an awesome fighter?
He's okay.
He's okay.
Come on, he can fight. I agree.
Guess what? Listen. All I wanted to see was him prove it. Devin Haney was right there.
Listen.
I'm not saying who I think wins, but I can't believe what you say when I see what you do. A lot of people saying, "Oh, well, he beats Devin Haney." This is boxing, fellas. How do we find out who beats who? Fight.
And you got to understand, Drew.
I like to see Devin Haney against Lopez. I used to see Devin Haney against what do you call it?
Wait, Teofimo Lopez? You said Teofimo Lopez? You want to see Devin Haney versus Teofimo? You don't Tio ducked him, right?
Huh?
I'm not going to agree with you. No, I can't agree with that, bro.
Everybody ducked Haney. Why?
Nobody's ducking Haney.
Nobody's ducking. Oh shit! Here we go.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. I agree with Omar.
What does Haney got that they need to duck him? What they got?
I agree with Omar. I don't think.
One at a time. Go ahead, Jason. Go ahead.
I agree with Omar. I don't think anybody is ducking Devin. Devin is a hell of a fighter. I got nothing but props for him. He's a hell of a fighter, but a lot of things goes on behind the scene that we don't know about. It's not that people are ducking him. Maybe the deal just could not be made through the people behind him. I'm not going to say a fighter is ducking another fighter because, if that's the case, we can say Haney is ducking Tank.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Jason. I'm asking both of you a question.
I like to see Tank against Lomachenko. I like to see.
Right.
I agree with you. There. I'm asking both of y'all the same question. Okay. Jason, you got 3 belts.
Yeah.
Omar got the last belt.
I got
The
5.
winner between y'all become undisputed.
Right.
How do y'all figure that out?
Well, that I mean, we gotta go back.
Wait, Jason.
We gotta go back to the people behind us. You know, if we got people behind us.
Hold on. There's one more belt left.
Right?
There's one more belt left to undisputed.
Who are you referring to?
I'm putting both of y'all in the same scenario.
Okay,
let me Omar, you have the WBC. Jay got the IBF, the NABO. Let's say, what did it say? He got the IBF, the WBO, and the motherfucking WBA, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, y'all the last fight to undisputed.
Right.
What is the problem?
Well, I mean, see.
Wait, Jason, wait. Who are you referring to? Who's that fighter?
You have one belt left. Omar, you have the WBC.
Who has that belt?
You have the WBC.
Who are you referring to? What fighter?
Okay, I'm okay. In this
He's
scenario,
just using us as an example.
I'm using you and Jason in this scenario.
Lomachenko had the WBC, had the WBA, had the WBO. He fought Lopez because Lopez had the IBF. He lost.
Hey, you still need me.
Now Lopez became the undisputed champ. Where the fuck is Haney in this? Where?
He fought him for what?
No,
WBC what?
No.
The WBC what?
Look. Lopez had, Lomachenko had the WBC, had the WBA, had the IBF. Listen, Lopez had the Lopez had the IBF, Lomachenko had the WBC, WBA, WBO. He fought each other to become undisputed. Who won that fight? Lopez. So Lopez is the undisputed champ now.
How's he undisputed? He had the WBC.
Yeah, he got the WBC because Lomachenko had it.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Omar, he did not.
Who had
it? He vacated it.
Hold on.
No, I can clear that up. I can clear that up.
It's not real.
Who had
That's
I
what
can
I'm
clear
saying.
it up.
Wait. Listen. Lomachenko got the real WBC belt. Right or wrong, Drew? Right or wrong?
No, he
title, right?
He didn't have it. He vacated it. He didn't vacate it. They took it from him.
Haney never fought for it, bro.
No, Haney never won it. Haney didn't win it.
I'm not gonna hang up, man.
Drew,
you gotta go, bro.
Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, brother. I got you locked in, brother. Thank you. I got you locked in, brother.
Yeah.
He gave you a belt. Here. You're the champion now?
Right. I agree with you. Haney didn't beat nobody for the WBC.
Hold on.
He didn't beat nobody.
He didn't beat nobody.
Who he beat for it?
Why didn't Lomachenko give him that opportunity, but he vacated a real belt, accepted a fake one, and fought Teofimo and lost?
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Drew.
Let me answer that. First of all, Lomachenko won the WBC title from a champion. I forgot who he was. He beat for that title.
You forgot who he was.
Who Lomachenko beat for the WBC title at that weight at that time? Who?
You tell me.
He beat somebody for it.
Because how did that person earn a shot against Lomachenko and WWE?
Wait.
You don't even know who he beat.
Lomachenko won the WBC, then he won the WBA, then he won the WBO, right? Haney was in the picture, right? He fought Lopez. He didn't have to strip the WBC belt. They made him franchise champion because he didn't want to fight Haney because nobody knew of Haney. So why should he fight Haney? That's the problem with boxing right now, bro. Just because somebody got a belt, they think crazy. A lot of people got belts. Nobody know who the hell they are.
Right. So how do you figure it out? You got to fight.
Yeah, but
what I'm saying, Omar, is Haney was robbed. Haney was robbed of an opportunity. He was robbed of an opportunity of his chance to become a legit champion. But it's
see, Drew, we don't know that.
But
we don't know that, Drew.
By this. All of this conversation we're having.
Haney had to fought the top.
Haney was robbed of an opportunity. Lomachenko was that top guy, and Haney was right there. And he was denied an opportunity, and Lomachenko's duck move is justified by the business, and that's what's wrong.
No, I agree. I understand, Drew. But we see, we're getting back to what's going on behind the scenes. See, us as we watching on the outside. We don't know what's going on behind the scene with these promoters and managers trying to make the fight. I mean, if you are offered an opportunity to fight, say Lomachenko has Devin Haney in line for a fight, but if things don't go right behind the scene that we know nothing about, it ain't gonna get made. It has to be where every party is satisfied to where the fight can be made. It could be something on Lomachenko's side that wasn't happy, or it could be something on Haney's side.
Let me tell you how that happened. I'm gonna tell you how that happened. All right. The franchise status, which isn't a real belt, it should never have been created. That is what we call in the industry a duck belt.
I agree.
The franchise status, the one that Lomachenko has, was the second one invented. It's not a real belt. It's a status. I don't know why they made it a belt. They should have made it a trophy or a coat or something.
All right, Drew.
Made it a belt. Hold on one second, my brother. Hold on one second. Lomachenko became the franchise status, the champion.
Right.
Mauricio Suleiman said you have to request it. Lomachenko said I never requested it. But still in all, whether you requested it or Mauricio Suleiman offered it, you accepted it rather than fight who you were supposed to fight, which was Devin Haney.
Right.
He was supposed to fight him. I'm not saying who I think wins. I'm saying right is wrong is wrong. Jamal Charlo was supposed to fight Canelo Alvarez. He was in line, and then the franchise status was invented, and Canelo avoided Jamal Charlo. It's not right. It's not supposed to happen. But the business justifies it because Canelo's a money man and Lomachenko's loved unconditionally. I don't know why. I'm talking about the fairness of the sport. I'm not a super duper Charlo guy. I give them shit almost every day. All right, I'm mad cool with the Haneys. I got love for them, and all I want is for boxing to be correct. It was their turn, and they got dicked out of their turn because of the business.
Right.
It wasn't right. The belt is not real. It was Haney's turn.
Drew, you're right. I agree with you, Drew, about that. But you have to understand, Drew.
Go ahead, Omar.
You gotta understand is that when the WC does that, it's parties basically saying we're gonna duck this guy. You know what I'm saying to you? We're gonna make you franchise champion, and you're gonna move on. But that don't make the other guy a champion now because he really didn't beat the champion. You know what I'm saying to you? Isn't that what we want to see? We want to see.
But it does make. But you understand what I'm saying? That Lomachenko ducked Haney. He ducked him.
But
he was supposed to fight him, but he asked for a franchise status.
Haney shouldn't be as a champion yet. So
but enough about that. He only has that belt because Lomachenko gave it up. That's the only reason why he got it. Because he was going to fight Lomachenko.
He didn't beat him, dog. He didn't beat him for it. But
he gave it up. See, the focus is on they're calling Devin Haney the email champion, but they're not focusing on who gave the email. Lomachenko gave the email. Devin's not running around saying, yo, I'm this, I'm that. He's saying, yo, look, I was waiting for him and he'd rather give me my. What if Omar, let's say Scott Pemberton was this champion, and right when it was your turn to fight him, he says, fuck it, yo, here, take this. I ain't fighting you, but take the belt. I don't give a shit. And he goes on to do other shit. And you're like, okay, I got these belts, but I wanted to fight him. I was right here. I was ready, and he didn't give it up.
Drew, you're right about that. But like Jason said, man, behind the scenes, they look like David Haney ain't enough money in there for him to fight him. That's how they look at it, bro.
Now, I get business.
But it's legacy at the end of the day, though.
I tell my audience all the time, I understand the business of boxing, but I hate it.
You're right.
You're right. You know, it's a lot of fights that don't get made because of the business behind the scene.
And this is Exhibit A. All I'm saying
is, legacy at the end of the day.
I didn't say, you never heard me say, I think Devin whoops this guy, that guy, that guy. I'm saying what's right.
Right,
but I'm saying, can I add something to that? On this pedestal, right? But the man got 2 pro losses. Devin Haney's undefeated. All right. When it was time for Lomachenko to put Devin Haney in his place, Rather than fight him, he accepted requested a mythical status and gave up the real belt, and then fucked around and lost to Teofimo, who also ducked Devin Haney. He was supposed to fight him, and then we find out later that the whole play was become undisputed, vacate, and move to 140. I dissected all of this like last year, and everything came true. These guys ducked Devin Haney. If Devin Haney's not this star, if he's not a threat, they were supposed to get him out of there. That's all I'm saying. They were supposed to fight that kid. They didn't do it.
He's not a threat. He's not a threat to them, bro. He's not a threat.
He's not. He's a threat to them financially because if they lose to him, he becomes the next Floyd Mayweather. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Hey, fellas, can I add something? Can I add something?
Go ahead, Reggie.
Hey, man, at the end of the day, let me tell y'all something, man. Y'all both right what y'all talking about, but listen, at the end of the day, the fighters can talk shit. They can do all that stuff they do. They don't dictate who fight who. Let's get that straight. Now, also understand this here, man. A fucking promoter is like a damn attorney. They sign paperwork to do what's in your best interest, but at the end of the day, they're going to do what's at their best interest. And that includes going playing golf with the motherfuckers that you challenging with.
You are right.
That's
You're
right.
absolutely right. Which is why I heard through the grapevine, if Devin Haney, I don't know how true it is, but if Devin Haney don't get this Kambosos fight, they're gonna sue Eddie Hearn. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true.
Is it Nemechenko fighting him?
No. That they were trying to seek Loma in, but that war offset all of that. But what I'm saying is, if Devin Haney don't get the Kambosos fight for undisputed, I heard, because I don't know how true it is, don't quote me, I heard they're gonna sue Eddie Hearn for not getting it done. I'm talking about Haney Promotions, because Eddie Hearn's, that's his job to secure that fight for Devin Haney, because he works with Devin Haney Promotions. That was his job to secure that fight. And if he don't do it, I heard that Bill and Devin gonna sue his ass. I don't know if it's true or not. Don't quote me. I don't know. But
like
what I'm saying is,
like you said before, Drew, what's protecting them is that they made him champion and now the franchise champion. You know what I'm saying to you? So why you already got the belt? The guy can't, like Reggie said, you can't. The fighters can't force to fight each other if there's a lot of people behind it and stopping it. You know what I'm saying to you?
No, you're right. You're right, and that's my whole point. I understand the business of boxing, but I can't like it. And one thing I will say, Omar, when you was active, when Courage was active, when Jason and Reggie, if this shit happened in the 90s, it wouldn't have happened. There was no way to go. You fight or you didn't.
Yeah,
there was no way to go.
Yeah.
Now you go to the next best person. But now,
like y'all said,
it's too much money involved now.
Well, you know what, Drew?
Yeah.
You know what, Drew?
Yeah.
For the difference now and then was when Omar, Reggie, myself, Courage, when we were active, we were fighting to see who the best was.
That's the growth I'm coming from.
You know, today is now who I can make the most money with. That's what's killing me now.
That's the purpose of this show. That's why I love talking to you guys, because I like watching you guys instead of this shit going on today. Is aggravating.
Remember, they did the best super middleweights at that time. They should do that in each weight class. Yo, let's make these fighters fight each other.
You know what the problem is?
Omar, see, that's what I'm saying, Omar. We get further away from that when Mauricio Suleiman does things like invent the franchise status. We get further away from it. It's bad.
You know what the problem is? To me, the problem is this. If you beat a ranked fighter at a certain ranking, if you beat him, I don't care. You should take over that ranking. You see what I'm saying?
You're right. You're 100%.
If you rank number 20 and you beat a number 4, that's you. You see what I'm saying?
That's how it used to be. That's how it used to be.
What's happening now is you find out that a guy is beat but still maintains that ranking. How is that possible? How is that?
Do y'all know what the franchise status is? Y'all know the franchise status? Did y'all ever read what it was? It's literally says a special privilege.
But see,
you can go up in weight, down in weight,
But Drew, this is what happens. This is what gotta happen, Drew. Fighters, all the fighters got to get together and promoters and say, listen, we to the organizations, you got to stop this bullshit. You got to stop creating franchise, super champion,
silver champion,
silver champion, all this other bullshit. Just have the IBF, the WBA, the WBC, and the WBO. That's it. And the ring.
You know why they'll never do that? You know why they'll never do that?
Do it.
They know why they'll never do
likes to
that?
be a champion.
Because they'll look at the audience and they'll say, you know what? That sounds good, but does this guy generate revenue for us? Is this guy in our best interest?
Well, that's how you're gonna start seeing who's gonna generate better for you by making one champion and seeing what happens. But that's why
we can't do that when there's a franchise status. We can't do it.
Well, they gotta eliminate that shit. Look, promoters gotta get together and say, listen, man, we don't agree with this shit. And maybe
it will never happen, Omar.
And then
it will never happen.
It won't never happen.
You know why? It will never happen. It will never happen. Why? The same reason they gave Conor McGregor a ranking and an authority to fight for a world title, and he's never been a fucking fighter.
No, Courage, thank you for bringing that up. This people like Jake.
What kind of shit is that?
Listen, guys, listen, no disrespect, man. Guys like Jake Paul coming to boxing, they're real famous on YouTube. They make boxing look like it's fucking easy when it's not. Yeah. They come to I'll knock that fucking guy out in 2 fucking rounds. Guys,
it's business.
Fighter, he's gonna get knocked.
Business, yo. It's your business.
But people, listen.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you say it's a business because you know what? And also, the promoters and the sanctioning bodies, they also on the same goddamn page. They're going to do what's in their best interest.
They're all in bed together.
If the real top promoters and boxers say, hey, we're not going to allow this shit. This guy's going to come from another sport and just go to the top of the sport, fight the top fighter in the world and make it look so easy. No, they got to stop that shit and say, you can't do that. But they don't. It's all about money now, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, how many of you guys been underdogs?
We all be underdogs, man. Mm-hmm. But when you see guys like Jake Paul, come in the sport and make $5 million, $2 million, didn't have to work hard, didn't have to get done, like earn his way into the rankings. Nothing. That's sad for a fighter who's going through that every day, trying to get
Omar, I would. You could tell me you had two large pizzas and a keg of beer by yourself, and get off the couch and tell me that you're fighting Jake Paul tomorrow. I'd still pick you to beat him.
Oh yeah,
I'd still pick you to beat him. But you look at that and you say, how the fuck, Conor McGregor, the Paul brothers, how the fuck is this working?
Yeah, why? Because they allow
it's business, yo.
Yeah, it's business.
Listen, you got to understand this. This new era, right? These new kids, they understand all this computer stuff, how to sell themselves on TV, whatever, on YouTube, right? They do that. And then the bigger you get, guess what?
Yeah.
All the sponsors follow behind that. Everybody want to make money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not like you say, it's not like when we were fighting. When I started fighting my happiest days were when I was an amateur, right? When I fought amateur, I fought for nothing. And those were my happiest days because I didn't have to read no contract. I didn't have to negotiate. And I didn't even negotiate anything. You see what I'm saying? I loved boxing, but I hated the business part of it.
Yeah.
They took advantage of fighters. Why? Because if you train for 2 months and you get to the fight and they say, hey, yo, you're fighting this change, you're still going to fight.
Yeah. We can't do shit about it.
We love the sport. You're still going to fight. You know what I'm saying? Even if your guy don't make weight, if you're in the smaller divisions, whatever, you know what I mean? I didn't have to go through that. But if your guy don't make weight or if they change opponents right at the weigh-in, you're still going to fight.
Yeah.
My point is this.
Or if, just like Jason said earlier, the guy take his robe off and everything, and you look over there and say, who was that?
Guess what? He fought though. He still fought.
When I fought James Butler on ESPN, right? when I fought Jace Butler, I said, "There's no way Jace Butler gonna make the weight to fight me." We fought a catch weight at 172. I said, "Man, there's no way he's gonna fight because I just was in camp with him. He was big as hell." But make a long story short, he came to the weigh-in. I waited with all my clothes on, 175. He weighed butt naked, 185.
What?
So, and you know what they told me? They told me, "Yo, Omar, you still want to fight?" I said, "Fight! I want to fight," and I still beat him because I knew that I could beat him. You know what I'm saying? And he was still heavier than me. Tell that to a fighter now. A fighter's 2 pounds heavier. They'd be like, nah, fuck that. We ain't fighting this guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they're smarter.
They're smart. What I'm trying to tell you is that back then, we didn't give a shit, man. I trained this whole time. I want to fight, man. I'm going to fight.
Right.
What did Mike Tyson say? Mike Tyson said, "Yo, he was a killer, but nowadays these guys are businessmen."
Yeah.
Well, this is true, and this is my point about Devin. The business is smothering him. All I wanted was
You're
what
right.
he was good.
I like Devin. He's a good fighter, good style, good stick fighter, good boxer. And it's true that sometimes promoters, belts, all that stops people from fighting each other. But you can't just put the guy here when he hasn't proved himself yet, bro. You can't. Put him where he's at. He's a good fighter right now, but hasn't proved himself yet that he's one of the best.
And I stand by this. He can't prove himself if people don't even fight him.
All right, listen. He don't have to only fight Lomachenko. There's other champions that he could fight.
He's supposed to fight. He's supposed to fight Kambosos.
All right, fight Kambosos, fight Lopez. Fight,
that's what I'm saying. The Kambosos fight. You know what I'm trying to do?
Fight that kid from Irish.
Hold on. Kambosos.
He hasn't fought one of them, bro.
Kambosos was trying to fight Lomachenko. Lomachenko ain't got no belt.
But Lomachenko is the money guy. Okay?
I understand that. But is he really? Is he really? Hold on. Is he really?
Well, he got money behind him. They got money behind him.
I'm asking. The man don't sell no pay-per-views.
Top rank is wanting to give Kambosos what they want. Is Haney's promoter and manager willing to do the same? No, they're not. He can't beat him probably. They know Lomachenko is going to beat Kambosos. That's why they're backing him up. They're hoping that he wins anyway. You know what I'm saying to you?
Well, the boxing gods.
Listen, if Haney people really believe they could beat Kambosos, whatever, they'll outbid Lomachenko.
A long time. y'all want to know? Hey, if y'all was the honeybee, y'all would have been on underground. I was the underground all the time. I never supposed to want to fight. I was always upsetting folks.
Yeah, man. I mean, the business of boxing.
Drew, they should do this, bro. They should make Ryan Garcia fight Haney. They should do a 14 tournament. Whoever fights the best.
All right, let me ask you a question. Speaking of who done what has Ryan Garcia done?
He haven't done nothing either, to tell you the truth.
I can tell you what he done. He got 1 million followers, though.
This is true. Same thing with Haney. Garcia's a Wait, he's a good fighter.
He hasn't done what Haney's done.
But listen, Haney and him are just good social media guys. Get a lot of followers. They're good contenders.
That's not accurate.
Both of them ain't champions yet.
Who's running from Ryan Garcia? I know Lomachenko ducked Ryan Garcia and Teofimo ducked Ryan Garcia. I mean, I know Lomachenko ducked Devin Haney and what's this clown? Kambosos is ducking Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez ducked Devin Haney. Those are 3 main guys ducking Devin Haney. Ain't no one ducking Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia hasn't done anything but catch a headache, wear a thong, and complain that he has mental problems. He hasn't done shit. But he's an Instagram star, so I don't know where he fits in all of this.
Yeah, he's a handsome young man who has over 1 million followers.
9 million followers.
Yeah.
But that doesn't translate to pay-per-view sales. How many pay-per-views he sold? How many pay-per-views Lomachenko sold?
But listen,
look. Ryan Garcia is signed by Golden Boy, right? He signed by, and he fights in Fantasy Springs sometimes. When I went there, they had to expand the hotel because he brought so many people in.
Who?
I've gone to Fantasy Springs so many times with my fighters. But when Ryan Garcia is on the show, they have to expand the fight room to make it bigger, so that he can fill his followers in. You know what I mean? So all that shit counts.
Yeah.
But listen, he's a talented fighter, but he's a good fighter. He has a lot of good skills, bro.
He hasn't shown me anything in like 14 months.
Come on, because he has
who's a good fighter?
Good fighter.
Ryan Garcia?
Who? Ryan Garcia?
Huh?
Ryan Garcia, he hasn't shown me anything.
Ryan Garcia is a good fighter?
He has good speed, power, courage.
Look. Our boy is blessed with good instincts, right? He's fast, everything. But I don't think he's a good boxer, though.
Hey, I couldn't get past USA.
But listen, just like
I was USA team.
they haven't been tested yet, bro. They haven't been tested yet.
Look, hey, you guys. Hey, it was a pleasure, man. It was a pleasure talking to all you guys, man. I gotta move, man. I gotta go.
Jason,
but man, I wish
man, much love, brother.
all the best, man.
Thank you.
Much love, my brother.
Yeah, I love y'all, man. When y'all gonna do it again?
I'm here every Sunday, brother. We love boxing. I love talking to you guys.
Hey,
man.
one more question. Do any of you guys do some promoting?
Yes.
Hey.
Well, look, I have a son, man. My son Keon, the chosen one, Papillon. He's 5-0 with 4 KOs, welterweight. We looking to keep him busy, man. If you guys know anybody who's going
get him
to
on the show. I'd love to talk to him. Get him on.
Hey,
let's talk
I
after
hook
this.
up Vargas, man. Vargas got some. His sons are good fighters, man. I can hook you up with him, man, to get the moving.
Oh yeah. The Vargas, Fernando Vargas boys, right?
Yeah, good friend of mine. Good friend of mine. And he got good.
Email, man. I got people here in California. I got you.
Man, that'll be great, man. Y'all be on the lookout, man. Y'all keep it and get in contact with Drew or me anyway. And I wish all you guys the best, man. It was a pleasure speaking with you guys, man. I love y'all. Y'all stay safe, man.
No doubt, family.
See you, brother.
Keep
All right.
Didn't Vargas' son sign a deal recently?
He
He just
told
signed
me-
a deal, right?
He told me he's trying to sign a deal, but he's moving them shortly. But I don't think he got somebody yet with them. But I think he's about to sign them both.
Yeah, I followed him on. I followed him on the gram, man. They're doing big things. He's doing right by those boys, man.
Yeah, good fighters.
Yeah, he's doing right. I was a Fernando Vargas fan, man. I like Fernando, man.
Oh, very good.
All
very
the heart in the world,
yeah.
man. I really like them.
Good dude, man.
Yeah,
a lot
man.
of people boxing, man. We're all good dudes, be good dudes, man. Courage the good dude. Like we all tough in the ring, man. But outside the ring, we just cool, man. We don't want no problems, bro. We just want
man. See, that's what I'm saying, man. Let me tell you, man. Y'all guys got me through boxing, man. Y'all got me through the 90s and the 2000s, man. I really liked watching you guys work, man. You know, like fans today, they only know the people that are in the limelight, man. But they didn't watch Galavision and Boxeo de Toro, whatever the fuck it was, and Tuesday night fights and Friday. They wasn't on it like how we are on it. You know what I'm saying? Like we watched you guys.
Exactly.
The social media is fucking a lot of shit up, man. Especially for
it is.
You know what I'm saying?
It is.
But so much easy access now to show who you are, to promote who you are, to let the world know who you are. That's what's crazy. But you really don't need a promoter now, to tell you the truth, man. You really don't. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's right.
Like
That's
you brought up Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
He's so popular because of his Instagram and his social media presence.
Exactly. And you can't hate on people like that because
no, not at all.
If you could do it, do it. But at the same time, I understand what you're saying, Drew. That's making the best now fight the best. You know what I'm saying? But it's about money now. It's crazy, man. It's because I know. Listen, like you said, I don't think Garcia, Haney, who else is coming? I think they're all good fighters. They have a lot of potential, but we haven't seen the best of them yet because they haven't fought nobody we want to see them fight yet. So you can't. We're quick to judge people now and to say who they are without fighting nobody because we're caught up in that whole social media bullshit too. You know what I'm saying? No, the way to prove your shit, get in the fucking ring.
In the fucking ring.
And see what you're about. You know what I'm saying to you?
Yep.
And that's it.
I agree.
You beat that guy, you beat this guy, that's how you start asking for the top dollars. You got to earn respect for that. Like Canelo. You can say what you want about Canelo, but he's fighting champion after champion after champion. You got to respect that. You know what I'm saying to you? So when it comes, I love to see Canelo against the Charlo brother. That'd be a great fight against Jamal. But at the same time,
Stormy, why you laughing? Stormy,
you know why I'm laughing. I'm gonna be honest with you, Omar. Canelo is the last name you need to be mentioning right now.
Why you say that?
Why?
Why?
I'll explain it. I'll explain it.
All right, Honey B, I got you locked in, brother. I'll talk to you soon, brother.
Yes, sir.
I'll explain it in these simple, realistic terms.
All right.
In this current era, he has been manufactured. He is not of the cloth of the men from your era. In no way, no means, no how. But because of the marketing, and you mentioned social media a moment ago, the manifest can persuade the public sentiment. This man came up on the name of Floyd Mayweather, who he lost to. A 36-year-old fading Floyd Mayweather. He could not beat, let alone win a round against, right? But they had the scorecards very close, as if he was really in the fight with Floyd. Has never fought another fighter with that type of style, skill set, and there are plenty contemporaries that he could face that he has totally avoided, but has embraced the opportunity to be marketed as such. They have marketed him based on a national fan base, but not for the representation of quality championship boxing. He is a figure, but he has contemporaries that are right there that have been along for the entire ride, but he's avoided them. The two Charlo twins and Demetrius Andrade are the closest thing that he could face to prove whether or not what I'm saying to you now is correct or not. But he has purposely gone in a direction to avoid these people. And even now, just like Anthony Joshua once said when people just asked if he would fight Deontay Wilder, why don't the fans fight him? He's now saying, why don't they fight each other? But you're the man, though. According to what everybody's saying, you're the one that we should be looking at as pound for pound, the face of boxing. People from your era, Omar, embraced that and showed it in the ring. Okay? Hell come what may, whether you lose or win or draw. This man has fought a succession of fighters who have caved in to his demands just to make a fight with him. Giving up weight clauses, giving up divisions and titles, even titles that he earned from someone that have been vacated but never wanted to contest or compete for it when the title was embraced by a different champion. I have watched boxing for as long as anybody on this panel, if not longer. And I have never seen someone accredited with so little in lack of competitive fight.
I found this here. Oh man, it's a blessing. Appreciate it. What's your name, man? I'm here.
It's unacceptable because I have seen quality fighters be pushed to the wayside in likes of this. And that is disrespectful to my consciousness when I consider the sport of boxing, which is my favorite sport. And when I look back at fighters like yourself, you wonderful fighters on this panel, that man don't hold a candle to you. And they give him praise as if he's accomplished more than each and every one of you on here. That's bullshit.
But look, I understand what you're saying, right? Fine. This is the thing. When you say fighters have succumbed to his demands, you got to look at it this way also. Mayweather was the same. Fighters succumbed to his demands. You know what I mean? Mayweather did the same thing.
Exactly.
You understand? Mayweather wanted that after when Canelo weighed in, he can't come in the next day heavier than 10% or 10 pounds heavier. You know what I mean? And Mayweather was like, yo, look, I'm giving you, you got the opportunity to fight me. I'm giving you this amount of money. You got to be tested, which I agree with. You got to be tested whenever, randomly. He had them tested. You know what I mean? So Canelo is doing the same thing. He learned the business from the best.
Courage puts a good point, Storm. Listen, everybody has their era who's on top of the sport at one time. Right now it's Canelo. But it's true what he said. When Mayweather fought a lot of people, not just Canelo, he made a lot of people do a lot of uncomfortable things.
And they made money.
He made Canelo weigh in at 150, not 54. He made Canelo not come
No. Not 154, 152.
152, but he wanted to come up 52. There's a lot of things the man's Mayweather did. He deserved to do that because he was the top dog at the time. To fight him, you was going to make the most money. Canelo became undisputed super middleweight champ in a year and a half. He fought the very best fighters at that time. Now listen, say what you want to say about them. They were champions, right or wrong. He
fought titleists. Fighting champions and titleists are two different things. You've been in the sport. Do not come on here and speak as if there's no difference when there's totally a difference. Because how many titles were around when you were fighting, and look at how many titles are around now. Guys can pick up titles just like you pick up a fresh pair of socks, brother. Don't tell me these things. When I just gave an example of the quality fighters that are around as his contemporaries, and he has not faced them. He's faced other guys who are less quality titleists. I just gave you credit for being from an era that a guy like him could not even thrive. But he's doing it now because of the manipulations of the machine and how they go about these things. Why is there no press for he to fight those contemporaries that I just mentioned? And you got a guy like David Benavidez, who was a champion, who ended up getting the title stripped from him twice. But when he had the titles both times, Canelo was not interested in the division. And the championship. And then once the title was stripped away, here he comes like a vulture that'll wait on a prey to die because they don't attack you when you have life in you.
But that's not his fault.
That's what he comes up to do.
That's not his fault that David Benavidez couldn't make weight. That's his part of that. He had other problems.
Could he not make weight, or maybe there was something against him that allowed for these things to take place? Because Canelo said years ago he's not fighting any more Mexican fighters.
Yep.
That's what he said.
Yep.
Now, just like when you were fighting in your era, you guys get wind of there's a hot young stud coming up, and this kid might be a problem. You think that Canelo didn't hear about David Benavidez? So he goes up to 175 and he fights Kovalev, a washed-up Kovalev who got a hell of a war with Anthony Yard that he should have lost the fight against Yard, and with little training camp, takes a fight with Canelo, lets Canelo knock him out, never threw punches to try to hurt or injure Canelo, got a payday, and had a court case hanging over his head that the media didn't even talk about. All of these things are suited for Canelo. But Benavidez loses on the scale and a so-called drug charge. But Tyson Fury is the current champion of the WBC. Where's his drug charge? He's over there in the UK about to fight Dillian White when his license was revoked. Don't tell me about the non-existence of privilege that these men are enjoying at the behoof of the black fighters that are out here that are not being given the chance at legacy, because when they get a grip of it, it's like a death hold on it. And they don't want that, so they make certain that they create avenues for these men to escape like roaches through cracks and crevices. They don't earn it in the ring. You spoke about Haney a while ago. I allowed you to go on with that. But I'm going to tell you this, brother. If a man cannot be given the opportunity to show his wares, it's easy to be dismissive of him and says he doesn't belong. How many times have we learned throughout history that the black man has to be 3 times, quadruple times better than someone that is not black because they are black? Freezing out, not having the opportunity to come out and show who you truly are. Larry Holmes once said, as long as black fighters are fighting like they are, there won't be any white hopes out here. And guess what? He was right until the black fighters started cutting corners. And now that the window has been opened up, they've made sure to shut it. Okay? And now, in order to get a chance at legacy, you can't even sit at the table. There's a thing that they call NBF.
Yep.
Research it. I'm not going to share it with you. And you should know what it is. But if you don't, shame on you. Because this is somebody that watches the sport, that's into the sport, and pays attention, even when they speak at these press conferences. Like when Bob Arum said, I killed the Manny Pacquiao fight for Terrence Bud Crawford.
Yep.
Manny's a friend of mine. I knew how it would end.
Right.
What does that mean, Bob? That Terrence doesn't deserve a chance at a legacy fight? Because that's what it is for him. Not because Manny is so much of this or that, but it's the money fight that was missing off of Crawford's ledger. So he didn't get that opportunity. Funny how when it moved and shifted to Earl didn't get it. But a man named Yordenis Ugas got it, a Cuban that nobody hardly knows. We know it who are into the sport. But Ugas got that. Not Earl, not Bud. You think that's by design or is it a coincidence? There's no coincidences in boxing. None.
Well, listen. I listen. First of all, I think Crawford is the best welterweight fighter out there. I think Crawford's problem was he was with Arum. Arum held him from fighting the other great fighters at welterweight because it came from Al Heyman and it's like you said, it's all for one. But listen, I don't think it's about a black thing or Mexican thing or white thing. I really don't, because I think
you don't have to.
No, listen. I respect every fighter. Listen, I'm not. There's not a racist.
Every fighter isn't respected, Omar.
You're right about
You're
that.
speaking from a personal point of view. I just dropped facts on you. I didn't speak personally. I spoke from a true point of view. If I speak my personal point of view, we would have to take the stream down.
No,
How about that?
I understand what you're saying.
No, you don't. But I would ask you. You see this? My name under here is Stormy B Man. Do me a favor, when you have time, go to the channel. That's the name of the channel. There's plenty of content for you. You will hear exactly what you need to hear listening to my content. This is not something where I just came out tonight and I'm doing the tap dance on a stage here, because I don't play boxing either. And I have a background in coaching and training as well. So this is not superficial. You just heard me give you honor, okay, and respect for you brothers in your era. They don't deserve the same today because they're cut from a different cloth.
Yep.
And as long as you don't, listen, as long as you don't acknowledge that first and foremost, there's no conversation to be had.
But it's not the same like before, bro. It's not the same like before. That's the bottom line. Now it's all about money. It's about who you are, what you bring into what you bring into the gate, how many people you're selling out. That's what it's all about now. They don't care about anything else but that. Right or wrong. That's what they care about.
Listen, in order to get out of the bed and go get punched in the face for a living, you have to be a certain type of individual. Money or not. Because there was a time when men didn't get paid very much at all, if at all, and they still did it. Some loved it. Some crave it even today, even though they may be past the age of the competitive time. So you have to fight for something. And if you don't fight for something, you may as well be dead. Didn't Apollo Creed tell Rocky that in the movie? If we've got nothing left to fight for, Stallion, we may as well be dead. I'm putting it in your face, brother. You probably still got a fire burning in your furnace. Okay? And who is anyone to come and contest or challenge that to say, oh, you don't need to do that. Don't worry about that. It's who you are. That's why you were able to have the success and setbacks that you experienced. You're speaking to somebody that is talking from a whole different vantage point and have a whole different understanding. I will not allow the people that are listening to this broadcast to have their ears covered up to the truth. And it has always been built on race.
So look, I'm going to say this about that. I'm going to say this. Omar, Omar understands in because I know Omar personally. Omar was there to hide you in a hotel, remember? When you were fighting when there was all that war in your country, right?
Yeah.
Lou had to put you in a different hotel, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, so my point being, Stormy, if there's anybody who understands about all this race and stuff, he gets it. That's why he's on the panel.
I'm a Palestinian American, bro. You see? I got all the race. Listen, I'm not racist in no shit. All my friends, I have black friends and brothers from every race, bro. You see?
Yeah, we get that.
I'm not saying, no, listen, I'm not saying because this guy. I don't look at, first of all, I don't look at that. I don't look at colors. I believe we're all human beings. We all come from the same creator, one God, and that's it. The same, we all came from one God, all as human beings. That's how my belief is in. But as fighters, like you're saying, listen, racism is always going to be there. Always going to be there. That's sad. And to this day, we have racism. You know what I'm saying? It's very sad, but that's people. You got ignorant people who are just, they look at black and white. That's how people look at it. It's sad to say, but you have some people still in that state of mind. I'm saying to you, but I don't look at it like that. Maybe I'm blind to that, where I just look at like, I just want to see good fights, man. You know what I'm saying to you? That's all.
I feel you on that. I feel you on that. But
so I know what you're saying. They make it. They don't want to give this guy the opportunity because they don't want to see him. Bro, you might be right in that. You might be right in that. But
we got receipts. Let me say what's up to Kirk Johnson, man. Salute to you, brother, man. Pleasure.
Hey, what's going on? How's everybody doing? What's going on? Hey, I see y'all up there. Courage, Trick Naughty. I see all you guys there. Johnson, what's going on, Reggie? What's going on, Omar? What's going on, Stormy? How y'all doing?
Good, bro. How you doing?
All right.
Doing good.
But you know, as Father was Stormy was saying, the little bit that I did catch, he's right. I'm not trying to make it all about racism, but racism is in the game. And if you don't have somebody like him that calls it out, it's not going to get better. It's just going to get worse. So we need people like Stormy to call it out, to pinpoint it, and to be emotional about it like him. You always need people like that around to help to change the game in the other ways that us fighters can't change the game. I mean, I knew certain type of racism when I was coming up, you know what I'm saying? And what could you do? The only thing you could do is say, you know what, let me get to my stage in life and let me get the world title, and maybe I can make some changes. But you know what? Everybody don't get that world title because I came short of the world title. But my plan was like, you know what? I'll expose some of this stuff. So Stormy, I'm happy that you're the type of guy that want to talk about stuff like that. And Omar, I understand where you're coming from. You know, it's like racism is there, but we got to all work through it. But that's what human beings do. We do work through it, but at the same time, you need a strong spokesman like Stormy to call certain things out that us fighters are not able to call out because, you know what, we're busy trying to get to where we can get to, and we need people on the outside to try to help us do this in a different way also. So the world is evolving, and we need boxing to evolve in the same way, and have the same opportunities, and whatever was unfair back in De La Hoya days or Mayweather days, we want it to be fair now. And yes, Canelo is a great fighter, but at the same time, I understand when Stormer was saying that Canelo is certain things that Canelo get away with that the fighters back then didn't get away with.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
I understand those things, you know what I'm saying? And for you, Omar, I understand what you're saying. I like I said, I just came in on the conversation. I didn't hear everything, but I'm thinking that you're the type of guy that we know that racism is there, but you know what? We just got to work through this here, and we got to deal with our own situation at the time. Is that what you're trying to do, Omar? Kind of like that?
No, listen, I didn't look at it Stormy's way because I don't look at it like that. I don't look at black and white.
No.
I look at also human beings. Where
Right.
I was talking about Canelo I like Canelo. I think he's a good fighter. I think he's fighting the people that he's fighting. But like every fighter we want to see fight certain fighters for certain person. Sometimes it's hard. I believe it's because of promoters and people behind the scene are making it tough. I don't think it's really because because he's black or he's white or he's Mexican. First of all, there's no white fighter here we're talking about. We're talking about a Mexican fighter, a black fighter, a Spanish fighter, people like that. So
let me bring you up to speed, Omar, because you're looking at it just boxing, and I get it. You're looking at it as just boxing. Me, Stormy, Trick, we see it a little different because we hear and we got our ears to the ground, and we hear and see a lot of things in plain sight. First and foremost, there's something called NBF. That means no black fighter. Bob Arum basically is in charge of the WBO. And there was a person that worked with him that was on another show that made reference to a board that they had in the office. And on that board, and I'm giving you the short version, on that board, they had fighters lined up. And all the fighters that were to be avoided were the black fighters. And he openly said that. And I was listening to like, what? See, now before that interview, it was just speculating. You see, now he made it fact. And with Stormy made reference to Bud Crawford was on Top Rank and couldn't get a Manny Pacquiao fight for like 7 years. And he said that I'm not going to make that Manny Pacquiao fight because I know how it ends. He's such a nice guy. But he damn sure got Jeff Horn that payday, that Manny Pacquiao payday when Pacquiao was on his way out of Top Rank. Right? That's why Bud is suing him right now for racism. And bigotry and stuff like that. So when we talk about it, we're not just making it up. It's stuff that we've been shown. Right now, there's a lawsuit. Bob Arum came out of nowhere and said, the amount of money I've lost on Bud Crawford, I could have bought a house in Beverly Hills. Well, he didn't say the same thing about Lomachenko, who's never sold a pay-per-view, and Bud Crawford been on 2. All right, I attended 1. In Madison Square Garden. Tyson Fury fought Deontay Wilder the first time. It did well. He signed with Top Rank. 2 fights in between. The rematch was failed events. They gave away like 4,000 seats. I mean, these are facts. But not one time did he say he lost money on Tyson Fury. And then he tried to duck the 3rd fight, and nobody said anything. We was on here doing quality control saying, yo, look, the bottom line is there was a contract. Tyson Fury, who's a known cheater, a known drug addict. All right. I have all the receipts in the world, poisoning people and everything else. All right. Came over here in America, got away scot-free. By the way, he has no license. Well, up until now, he had no license to fight in his own country. But he's accepted here on this soil in open arms. No one says anything about that. All right. He didn't say that about Tyson Fury. And I know he burnt money on Tyson Fury. There's no way he got a return on investment. I haven't seen any books. It's not my business. But the same argument he had for Bud Crawford, he didn't have for Tyson Fury. And you look at these things and you're like, well, what the fuck is that? And now when we was speculating racism, they told us, yo, man, why everything got to be about race? Well, look at what we're saying. Look at what we're seeing. Now Bud is actually suing him for racism. And racism has been in sport, it's been in boxing, it's been in this world for God knows how long. I'm sure you guys know about the Black Murderers Row. It exists. The Black Murderers Row exists. And there's a Black Murderers Row happening today. And Devin Haney is on that list. Stormy B-Man put together a new Black Murderers Row list. And there's certain things that we can't explain other than racism as to why fighters are being treated a certain way. There was no reason why Bud Crawford couldn't get a fight with Manny Pacquiao, and they were on Top Rank together. There's no reason why Devin Haney can't get a undisputed fight with Teofimo Lopez. And when it came time for Vasily Lomachenko to fight Devin Haney, all of a sudden another franchise status pops up when Canelo Alvarez, right, who's Mexican, but who owns the WBC? It's a Latino sanctioning body. And they invented that when it came time for Charlo to fight Canelo. So we're looking at it like, what the hell is going on? Why is it only black fighters getting the short end of the stick? These are things that this is facts. And if we don't talk about it and point out these things, I'm not going to rely on ESPN to tell the truth about you guys. There's a lot of things that you guys did individually. Omar, Courage, Kurt, Lord knows Kurt. They don't talk about you guys. We talk about you guys. We're telling the truth. And we try to leave racism out of it. But there's no way around it. There's no way around it. It's here. And I know you're not thinking that, but you know, maybe you never heard it before. But this is why we're passionate about it, because there's certain things that there's no way they can explain it. There was no way, there was no reason for, that's why I say Devin Haney, it was his turn to fight Vasily Lomachenko. That fight was supposed to happen, and then a franchise belt pops up. They just like pull it out the sky, and we're like, what the hell was that? This was this kid's opportunity. If he fought Vasily and lost, then let him lose. But the reason why these guys ain't fighting anybody is because they're not getting the opportunity. And that was the Black Murderers Row decades ago. And it's happening again. That's why I heard if Eddie Hearn doesn't secure this fight, this undisputed match, because this is undisputed. You said that there's too many belts. Well, if there's one champion at that 135 division, then Devin Haney or Lomachenko or Kambosos has all the belts, and we ain't got to go through all of this. But as long as they keep inventing these hurdles only come up when it's a black fighter that's in line to get something done. And there's no way to explain it other than what it is. And that's where we're coming from with this.
All right. Listen, I apologize. First of all, I never looked at it that way because
that's all good, brother. It's all good.
I'm not looking at it like anywhere near. I'm in a conversation about boxing. I'm not thinking about black or white or Mexican, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm just thinking
I got you, brother.
So
I got you, man.
I didn't know the way you guys. Now you guys schooled me to it. I didn't get into it that deep because my mindset is not in that mentality of racism. You know what I'm saying to you?
I got you.
But I know what y'all see in that, and then it's true what you're saying. And it's like they always shorten. Maybe they try to make it harder for the black fighters to get to the shot. And you might be right. I ain't look at it like that because I'm not blinded to that. But you probably right, and you probably see it in different ways, and you're inside it more where you see the politics inside better than I do. But end of the day, listen, you know, I believe and think that everybody should be equal. Nobody should be racist. Nobody should be racist with one another. That's all
100%.
I'm saying too, but nobody. I forget sometimes that everybody's different. You know what I'm saying? I think everybody should be like me, like no matter what.
You judge people by their character. Hey, listen, man. If everybody treat people the way they want to be treated, the world will be a better place, man. And judge people by their character. But hey, bro, it's not that way. And hey, man, what you call? Hey, man, this is an amazing show, man. We've been on here 3 hours. And I'm loving it because, hey man, this is where our fighters got to come together, man. We all one.
Listen, I'm a Muslim, bro. My religion is Islam. You know what I'm saying? That's what
okay.
Well, we got a bunch of Muslims in the chat, brother.
So I always tell people, if everybody, I believe we're all born. Listen, religion is one thing, and race is another thing, and those are all very sensitive subjects. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We can all talk to each other about it, We all
And that's why.
places, you know what I'm saying? So we
Yep.
can.
Yeah, but that's why we ain't even got to add what religion you are. Just but we all related. We're all part of the human race. Treat people the way you want to be treated. And you know what I tell people? I say, listen, man, I'll never walk up and slap you in the mouth because you'll never walk up and slap me and leave me with all your teeth in your mouth. No, hey man, I'm serious. But think about it, man. I'm not gonna have you working for me, knowing that you got a wife, kids, and responsibilities, and not pay you.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not gonna do that. Hey man, treat people the way you want to be treated, man. This world will be a better place, man. And judge people by their character. That's it. And we this across the board, including what we all on this show for boxing.
That's
Treat
right.
people the way you want to be treated, even in boxing. Business.
That's
it ain't
why
about
we're
color.
here.
Yeah, it ain't about color. It's about business, and it's about giving the people. Hey, guess what? At the end of the day, you know who really write our checks? They just don't control who they write them to. The boxing fans is the one who really write our goddamn checks.
Yeah, it's true, and that's all we want to do. That's why I pointed out. That's why these shows are
Right.
important. I come on Monday through Friday, but my Sunday shows are my favorite because I get to talk to you guys and let you know that we give a shit. You know what I'm saying? We were watching you guys, man. I listen. I postponed dates to watch Tuesday night fights. You understand?
Yeah, but see, the only thing I hate about you doing this on a Sunday, bro, you have us getting rowdy. People be cussing on Sunday.
You know what? I love it, man, because you've done something. I mean, I've been wanting to get on, but because of my schedule, right? And but today, meeting you guys and just faces that I haven't seen in a while, and just having a platform to come and just discuss freely, as athletes and as fans, this is the most awesome thing that has happened to me in a long time. You know what I mean? I mean, just seeing you all, man, it's awesome. It really is.
Man, listen, I watch you guys, and salute to Diana in that super chat. She said Drew lit tonight invokes deep thoughts. Salute to you, sis. Listen, I geek out every time I see Kurt, Reggie, Omar. Understand, I watched you guys. I'm telling you, there's been times where I've had dates to go out with like a lady, like back in the days, right? He's like, yo, I gotta call. It has to be at this time. Why? Because Tuesday night fights is on. Because Friday night fights is on. There's a boxing match on. You gotta wait, bitch.
You should have brought her over with you.
Some
should have
did.
brought her over with you.
Some did. Some did. Some said, yeah, okay, I'll come sit with you. But I'm like, nah, because this is my life right here. Now, I never went amateur, never went pro. You know what I'm saying? I still got all my teeth and shit. But yeah, I love the sport. So I like actually geek out when I see you guys, man, because you guys were like heroes. You know what I'm saying? I used to watch you guys put it on the line. I appreciate you guys, man. I really like damn near 3 decades later, I get to talk to you guys. So these shows are important so that we come to understand. We learn a lot from you, and y'all can learn from us also.
So
and
do you
you guys to know that everything you did, it didn't go unappreciated. It really didn't go unappreciated, man. It really didn't.
Do you tape these shows?
What's that?
Do you record these shows?
Oh, absolutely. They upload. They upload on my
that's
channel.
cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Well, not to change the subject too much, but me and Anthony been talking about a situation that's coming up. The challenge for the I think the IBF.
The IBF?
The IBF, the Aerosmith title. Yeah, welterweight.
Yeah.
And I said something. He said something to you about it. We're talking about one of our Canadian guys. His name is Castillo Clayton, and he's fighting what is his name? Jurin Boots Ennis.
Boots. He's fighting Boots.
Yeah. Now check this out. I'm just letting you know, and I'm not bragging, and I'm not being whatever. I'm just going by my heart. You know what I'm saying? And it's bad to go by your heart all the time. But I'm still gonna go with my heart to sit down because I know this dude. You know what I'm saying? He's my cousin, and I'm not saying it just because we got the same bloodline. But at the same time, I think the fight is like May 16th now. It's been confirmed. May 16th. Yeah, in California, and Boots been hot. He's one of the biggest prospects in America today. But at the same time, I'm telling you guys, watch the fight because it's gonna be great. and Castillo is one of our great Canadian fighters. That if anybody can pull up the victory, I'm telling you. I know a lot of people are sleeping on the fight, saying that Boots is gonna walk by, but I'm telling you, Drew, is something different. It's gonna be. I know you guys been sleeping. It's gonna be something different on the fight. So make sure y'all watch it.
Wow, because
I'm
Boots is on
telling
a
you.
pedestal. They already got the crown on him.
I know. And like every time somebody talk about him, he got the crown on. They're saying he's gonna fight Spence. They don't even talk about Castillo Clayton. But I'm telling you, when you see the fight, you're gonna say, why didn't they mention this guy? You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, he's mega talented, mega skillful. He's the truth. So when you see him fight, you guys, everybody's gonna be super surprised. I'm telling you.
You're calling Castillo Clayton over Boots Ennis. You're calling it right now.
I got to. Who's laughing? Who's laughing? You're laughing, right? Okay.
No,
okay.
no, you didn't know. All
Okay.
I'm saying is he's in Cali. I'm going to see that.
Okay. Okay.
And you know what? The fact that you said this here,
yes,
it means a lot.
If it comes to fruition, this is historic. What you're saying right now, because like I said, Boots already got the crown on. They already got it on him.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you know, I'm hoping that night the judges aren't gonna. And I'm not making no excuses, but I hope the judges make the right decision. When the end of the fight come up, I feel that his hand should be raised, and if it's the right proper judgment, he's gonna be victorious. So that's all I'm saying.
That's a big
Now,
statement, yo.
It's a big statement, and if you want to bring yourself up to date, look at some of his fights. Like really look at some of his fights.
No. Castillo's he's a patient guy. He's a very patient guy.
Well, and he's gonna be patient here too. I mean, don't forget now, Thomas Hearns versus Sugar Ray Leonard. You see how patient Ray Leonard was until the 6th round. It took him 6 rounds to finally win a round. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So patience and skill is the virtue here. And Castillo Clayton has mega skills, and he's very patient and very smart. And he's the type of fighter that knows not to take a lot of punishment. You know what I'm saying? So just look at the fight. That's all I'm saying.
You know,
I'm not trying to be a promoter, but I'm just saying y'all got to look at this fight.
It's all good. You know, the OG Bruce Gold's been sitting there in silence all the time. Let me go to Bruce Gold real quick. What are your thoughts on what Kirk just said about Boots versus Castillo Clayton?
I talked to Kurt a little while ago. Kurt, you remember you were on my show? We watched I think we watched Ali and Leon Spinks, brother.
Yes, and I said hi to you. You never heard me, but I said hi to you though.
Man, so sorry, brother, but I remember you. And I got your email, and you mentioned Castillo Clayton that night, bro. And I've heard a lot of buzz going on everywhere I go. This is a live underdog, bro. You said it a month ago, and it's the truth, man.
Man, I'm definitely watching that. Omar, you familiar with Castillo Clayton and Boots Ennis at 147?
Not really, no. Not really.
No, he's not.
Well, they basically are saying that outside of Bud Crawford and Errol Spence, this guy Boots is the guy.
Same weight class?
Yeah.
That's big steps, man. Crawford and Spence are good fighters, man. Great fighters, man. So that's some big.
Matter of fact, Castillo fought Spence as an amateur at the World Championships. He lost by a 2-3 split or a 4-1 majority, something like that.
Who you guys like against Spence and Crawford if they ever fight each other?
I'm going Spence.
Yeah?
Yep, all the way.
You, Drew?
I'm leaning towards Spence. But man, I'm gonna tell you something. Well, you know what? I can't say much.
Crawford.
I'm leaning towards Spence. I might level out if the fight gets signed and it gets closer to the fight, but Spence got to get past Ugas first.
Yes, got to get past him.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a 50-50 fight because Crawford can switch and fight southpaw depending on how he feels that night. You know, so I think also I mean, Spence is a solid all-round fighter, but I think Crawford is a little more pop in his punches than the kid.
I hope it happens.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
No.
No. It's just that he's a fighter with great timing, and he threw the shot at the right time in the right place to catch Sean Porter. You know what I'm saying? To catch Sean, but at the same time, when Spence caught Porter clean, he hurt him, but he wasn't able to catch him clean all night long. So when it comes to power wise, I'm not going to say that Crawford hits harder than Spence. They both hit hard enough to hurt each other. 100%. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be, if they fight each other, it's gonna be a good fight, and it's not even gonna be determined on power. It's gonna be determined on skill set. Like Thomas Hearns and Ray Leonard, we all know Hearns got way more power than Ray Leonard, but it wasn't determined on power. It was determined on smarts and skills, and not to keep on putting Steel Clayton in there, but when he fights, he's going to win because of his skills and smarts. And Ali beat George Foreman because of skills and smarts, even though George Foreman annihilated Joe Frazier, annihilated Ken Norton. And everybody said that Ali was going to get killed
that night.
Fighting Foreman, and look what happened. So the bottom line is skills pay the bills.
Ali, man.
Skills pay the bills. And when you're a skillful fighter, it pays the bills. Bottom line.
You're right about that.
What you got, Stormy? I already know what you got on Spencer's butt.
Oh, that's easy. Bud's gonna knock Spence out.
No,
see, and that's what makes me nervous. That makes me nervous.
You want me to tell you how it's gonna happen? This is not me kidding around. You want me to tell you how it's gonna happen?
Go ahead.
Bud does one thing that no Spence opponent has ever done.
What's that?
He punches with you. When he punches with guys, he catches them clean.
Spence got better defense than that.
You should mute your mic. and I'll tell you.
I think like Kerry.
I'll tell you why. Listen, I'll tell you why. Spence's weakness is his transitioning from offense to defense and vice versa. That's what his weakness is. Sometimes he even crosses his feet up improperly when he's moving in the ring. Bud is much more a fluid guy on his feet, but he's been sitting down on his punches more as of late. And he is willing to time Spence and allow him to get something off just so he can punch with him. That's ring IQ. Most men cover up when Spence is going on the offensive. Even Sean either moved out of the way, gave an angle, or stepped back. But Bud does all of that better than Sean does. And he does it according to how he feels. So you have to understand, if he's moving around against Spence, he's looking to set him up. If he's looking to be planted against Spence, he's looking to time him. This is boxing 101. Has nothing to do with strength, has nothing to do with power, has everything at this stage and level with ring IQ. And the man is coming in on a succession of stoppages since he left 140. And I'll tell you something, no one has rushed, meaning the top guys, Spence, Porter before he fought Porter, Danny Garcia, none of them have rushed to go in there with him. There's a reason for that.
Stormy, I agree with you, man. I think Terrence Crawford is an awesome fighter, man. I think he's been ducked for a while. And I agree with you guys from talking before about Bob Arum. I think Bob Arum was a big hold of him, put a big hold on him from facing the other fighters like Garcia and Porter before and Keith Thurman. I think Crawford beat all those guys, but I think his IQ is way better than those other fighters because, like Kurt said, he switches. And by switching and staying southpaw for a long time, he's going to beat you mentally. He beats fighters mentally first. He frustrates them and gets them out of their fight game, then boom, he catches you. So I'm so excited to see Crawford now out of the contract with Arum because now we get to see him to fight these other fighters that we always wanted to see him fight, and I wish it happened sooner than later.
Bud is smart enough to take this fight into the later rounds, just so he can catch Spence clean late.
Yeah.
You might think that. Listen, you might think that he's losing rounds, and maybe he will be, but there will come a time.
I just hope they fight. I hope they fight now and not 2-3 years later.
Yeah.
I hope we get it over with now when they're both in their prime, when it's hot, and it should, because they look like they're matching up to meet each other. So I hope it happens, and I think that's going to be another, Hearns and Leonard and Hagler and Hearns and I think it's going to be one of those great fights that we all can't wait to see. And I think it's a hard fight.
I'm hoping it will be.
I think that Crawford's IQ is a little bit better than Spence. That's it.
Well, there's one last point I'll make, and I'll shut up after this. One last point I'll make. He'll win just like Evander did against Mike Tyson, because most of y'all don't think he can. And when a fighter is fighting against the odds like that, and he's looking to prove, he can be undeterred. And knowing that and embracing that out of a victory, to have all his naysayers disproved and everything, that's something to shoot for. I'm done.
Nobody has it sounds good, but Spence jab is going to work too good. That's all. It sounds good, but Spence going to beat him.
Not a lot of people have Holyfield.
Let me say this about Bud. He's absolutely correct. By the way, that's why we call Stormy the sensei, because he knows shit. He knows a lot of shit. So the only thing that I'm going to keep an eye on is Bud does punch with his opponents, and that's something that Errol's opponents don't do. The concern with Bud is in those exchanges, Bud has shown a mediocre chin. So if he gets caught and Errol has the better of the exchange, Errol could drop Bud. Now, whether it's a flash knockdown or not, that's a 10-8. That's a 10-8. You know what I'm saying?
Bud hasn't been hurt yet. I haven't seen Bud really hurt.
Oh,
or better yet, you're saying it could be a 10-8, or better yet, it could be a knockout.
It could be a knockout. It could be.
Yeah.
It could be. We seen Bud. No. Bud got hurt against Gamboa. He
Yeah,
got dropped against
career, man, and I think you can't even bring that up. That was too early in his career, and even it was a flash.
Okay.
Karolakis, there's a lot of Green Machine got hit with before that. We wish we never got hit with, but it just woke us up.
Green Machine hurt him. Green Machine hurt him. They didn't call. They blew the knockdown. He dropped him. They didn't make the call.
I don't think that matters though. Listen. If you go by the chins, here they thought that Thomas Haynes had the weakest chin ever, but the man goes out and kills Roberto Duran. You know what I mean? It's all about boxing intelligence. Like Kirk said, I agree with that. But I also think Bud has a better IQ, boxing IQ, than Terrence does. Terrence get away. My man gets away with because he's a southpaw. You know what I mean? And everything is coming opposite. But Crawford switches too.
I like to see Crawford southpaw against Spence southpaw.
Yes, and he wins.
Crawford do not beat Spence. Crawford southpaw and Spence southpaw. Crawford will not beat Spence. I'm telling you.
You're right, because he's
still not 100% comfortable southpaw and the real legitimate southpaw. Plain and simple.
Fighting southpaw for a while, man. He's been looking better.
Yeah, he can do it great.
You're gonna end up being called the Canadian disgrace, talking like that over there. You're saying all this blasphemy against Bud Crawford, man.
So you're gonna change the name from the Canadian sensation to the Canadian disgrace. Okay.
Channel. I'll be right here, man.
But you know what? That's a good name. I like that name too. The Canadian disgrace. Yeah, that's a nice name. I like that.
Big shout out to Canada, man. Canada got great boxing fans, man. Great boxing.
This is why I need Errol to beat Ugas, because
he should beat him.
He should, but Ugas is no walk in the park. But I need Errol to win that fight, because this Bud versus Errol fight, this is the fight of this generation. It's a very important fight. It's a match made in heaven stylistically, and every people that support the other fighter, they only see it ending in one way. It's not going to the cards. Somebody's getting knocked out. And I have no horse in the race. I respect both fighters. I said that this fight needs to happen. It absolutely needs to happen. Now, I'm rolling with Spence, but every time I hear Stormy talks, he makes sense. And I say, well, shit, that's right. But
I'm going with Crawford on this one.
Crawford is a very dangerous fighter, man. His IQ and it's very like I like when you watch him fight southpaw or you watch fighting, he's always thinking in there. It's like he's always playing chess. I'm saying, and he's an awesome fighter, man. I'm just so happy that he got out of that contract with Earl where we could see him against the other fighters that we always wanted to see him against and fight.
But let me find out that Custody are gonna come back and kill everybody. Ain't that right, Chris? Custody are gonna come back and beat everyone's ass.
But check it out, though. Is he gonna kill everybody by knocking everybody out? No. But is he gonna do it by boxing skills? Skills play the bills. Don't forget. Mayweather wasn't knocking nobody out the last 10, 15 years.
10 years of his career. You're right.
Right.
You know why though, right?
What now? Guys, tell me why.
Because he hurt his hands at the beginning when he started his career. He was hitting guys, but if you watch, he hurt his hands.
But check it out though.
So
I wish I had Mayweather's defense, man. But my offense and Mayweather's defense, oh my God, bro.
But check it out.
Defense, bro.
I seen Mayweather fight as an amateur. He wasn't knocking all guys out, even at his own weight. You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line is
Mayweather was never a knockout fighter.
No, he's been a puncher boxer all his life, and that's the bottom line. But you know what? I think we're kind of sleeping because we're saying the way we're talking is like we're saying that Spence had already beat Ugas. That's the way we're talking. And don't forget, before Ugas fought Pac-Man, we all said Pac-Man were going to beat him, no problem. Don't forget that.
You're right. Like we were talking about, anything can happen, man. That's why boxing is such a great sport because the underdog can always become everybody. I didn't even know who that guy was till he fought Pacquiao. You know, I always because I wanted to see Pacquiao against Spence. That's the fight we all wanted to see.
And he's still a Cuban fighter. Those Cuban fighters can box, man.
Yeah, man. They can box. This is not an easy fight for everyone.
And as an amateur, anybody who fought as an amateur fighter, we all know when you fought some of the Ukraine guys or the Cuban guys, they had that style that they didn't do much, but they had that style that kept you out and kept your arm long distance and all that. We had hell with those guys. As an amateur fighter, we hated fighting those guys. So when Ugas fought Pac-Man, he gave Pac-Man trouble because he wasn't killing Pac-Man, but it was doing enough to outpoint him and plus have defense. What if he does the same thing to Errol Spence? Don't forget, look back. Remember the Sean Porter and Ugas fight? Many people felt that Ugas won that fight. Don't forget that. Many people felt he literally won that fight.
So and they blew a knockdown in that fight too. He put Sean on the canvas.
So
I'm sure Errol Spence knows why he got in front of him. I'm sure that he knows he got to get past this guy to get to Crawford, and I'm sure he's not going to sleep on nobody, man. I'm sure.
No. I'm not saying he's sleeping, but we sleeping because you got to understand. Everybody who ever lost a fight, okay, when Tyson lost to Buster Douglas, he knew he was fighting a man. But Buster knew he had to win that fight for his mother or whatever the case may be. We don't know how Ugas is coming in this fight. He's coming off of a great confident builder win. He beat Pac-Man. He's on the highest of all highs. Anything can happen.
You're right about that. I agree. His confidence at the highest right now, so that's scary.
Yes.
Right. Oh man, I need to see it. All right, we're getting two great fights. Ugas versus Errol, which I'm pulling for Errol because the bigger picture is Bud. And on the undercard, we got Castillo versus Boots. Right? That's on the undercard,
I got to see that.
No. It's not on the undercard. It's going to be in California.
Okay.
They don't have it on the undercard. They're going to have it in California.
It was supposed to be on the undercard at first, though.
It was supposed to be on the undercard at first, but it's not on the undercard. All they know is going to be May 16th in California.
On TV?
It's going to be on TV, yeah.
What channel?
I don't know yet.
All right. I'll look out for it.
Hey, keep me
Oh
posted,
man,
man.
we gotta
Keep me
watch out for
posted.
that.
Guys, I'm gonna get out of here, man.
Hey, look,
Omar,
I gotta
man,
get out of
Omar,
here,
thank
man.
you so much, brother.
Okay,
I
well, you guys,
appreciate you.
we all got to go. So you guys take care. Drew, thank you. Omar,
Courage.
Courage, what's up?
Man, I appreciate
Bruce,
you
what's
guys,
going on?
man.
The Storm, all you guys, man. It was a pleasure being on here, and hopefully we can get on here again after Castile Clayton wins.
You get bet on it.
Right before he fights, I'm gonna have you on that weekend.
Okay.
Bet, man.
I love
And
you
I
all,
want
man.
I want Storm on here too.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Take care, everybody.
You,
Take
man.
care.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
See you, bro.
Bruce,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Take care, Kurt.
Thank you very
Drew,
much.
it's been a
Thank you.
pleasure. Omar, you my guy. Let's get together, man. I love you all. Stay safe out there, man. All right.
You guys, Stormy, thank you, man. Drew, thank you, man. Bruce, thank you, man.
Thank you.
And Omar, I was serious. Check my channel out, man. I think you will like what you find there. You will like what you find there.
I didn't look. You and Drew made a lot of sense to me there because I don't look at it in that point because I'm just a fair. I bypass that because I don't think people should be thinking like that, man.
No doubt. I understand.
But sad to say, people still think like that, man. You know.
It's awful.
And my content is not based or derived on that. What I was able to point out in my statements with passion was that what it comes down to. But if you watch my content, I'm very consistent with what I speak about, and no one ever could accuse me out here of race baiting or anything like that. It's just for me to drive the point home. I had to mention race. But you have to watch my content to really understand the basis that I operate from, because that's the last thing that I give the impression of when you watch my content. That I
definitely watch it, man. Definitely listen, man. I'm all listen, man. We all come from, like, we don't know each other personally and that, but I'm sure we all come from the same places, man. I'm saying to you, and that's what it is, man. So I'm all for it, man. So I'm all for it,
Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you.
I'm saying to you.
All right, brother. Thank you so much.
Okay, man.
All love, man. Until next time.
Take care.
All right, peace, guys.
Yes, sir.
Peace.
Stormy, I was ready just to give you the mic. I just gave you the wheel, brother. That was awesome. That was awesome, man.
Because it's like the passion of me comes out at that moment, because I don't want people to start hearing certain things over and over again because it sounds like the same old song. So I had to step forward in that instance and say, hey, man, look, it is what it is. Because remember, I sat silent through all that stuff he said about Devin.
Yeah.
But then when he went to Canelo, I was like,
Yeah, you got to stop. Had to stop.
I got to say something. Because, no, listen, this is what I've said about Canelo. And you and I, we talk behind the scenes all the time. So it's like I'll say it just to repeat. Canelo is a good fighter.
Yeah.
But he is not what they've made him out to be. The
Correct.
only way you can prove to me that he is he has to fight his contemporaries that he's avoided. He gets no pass on that. And if he does not do that, he's incomplete. It's as simple as that. And I will never give him the merit that he could earn, but he has to do that first.
Yeah.
If he doesn't do that, I am not going to award him anything. He didn't earn it.
That's right.
And now he's saying things like Joshua when he says, oh, well, those guys should fight each other. Dude, you were all in the midst of those same guys. Yep. And you avoided them. You looked around and said, oh, it's kind of hot over here. Let me get out. And he got out. He even went up a couple of weight classes to make it look like he was going to be away. Then he creeps his butt right back down near, just a few pounds away. And they're still looking at him like, hey, what's up, bro? We good? We got something going on? And he's like, oh, you guys should fight each other. What?
Yep. So my take on it is, since you know what, if they're gonna fight each other, they should fight each other and never fight him. Freeze his ass out. Freeze him out.
That's the other part you and I we talked about, and some other streams we've alluded to, is that these guys can start taking it upon themselves to have good battles and make good money fighting one another. And it doesn't have to be for belts. We had Marlon on here. Marlon fought Donald Curry There was no belts on the line. They were contenders at the time.
You remember when Antonio Tarver and Glenn Johnson just got together and put business aside?
Yeah,
and they just fought because it was the right thing to do at that time.
Yeah.
More of that. Because for all we know, Andrade and Charlo could have a 3-fight classic. A 3-fight classic. And Canelo could go bum bash in the UK or wherever he wants to. Who's going to make more? Yo, listen, Canelo already hijacked the zone. He got their money. And he's hijacking people. But if they want to support that mediocre talent, then fine. Then these guys get together, fight each other, and freeze his ass out, man. Bruce Goes, my brother.
That could be a great series of fights. You're talking about Andrade and the two Charlo brothers, one who hasn't come up to where they are yet. So there'll be a little bit of delay before that. But my goodness, that's a great look ahead, because it's no guarantee that Maul beats Andrade.
It's not.
No guarantee. Nothing.
It's not. I say since they got beef, since Mel got beef for Jared Hurd after he handles his business with Castano, give Jared Hurd a payday. Why not?
Yeah.
Give it to him.
Absolutely.
Bring back J-Rock. You know what I'm saying? Bring back Erickson Lubin. They got that time.
Have a rematch with Lubin. Lubin may have learned something and improved upon himself by the time they face each other again. That's a great opportunity.
You can make the.
And remember, we said this about rematches, right? We said there's nothing wrong with rematches against quality fighters. One guy might have had the upper advantage on one night, and the other guy might come back and improve in the second fight.
It's true.
It can happen.
It's true. Bruce, I know you was just sitting there laying in the cup, bro.
Bro, you had enough guys on here to actually put a Tuesday night fight card on. I mean, weight classes and everything, bro. When you think about it, man, we could have went down the line. We could have put a classic on, but I mean, this show, I not only listen, but a lot of thinking too, man. Because Stormy, this is like seven decades I've been watching boxing in, man. And this is the craziest, bro. I mean, we just had Mongia and Charlo signed, and then all of a sudden it's gone because of the business of boxing, which fucking sucks, bro. I mean, they're not going to get United States television rights. It blows my mind, because, like I said, man, I've seen boxing. I've seen every angle of it, man. I've seen racism in boxing. I've seen racism in real life, bro. I have apathy, man. Believe me, bro. I've never had my grandfather lift up his shirt and show me marks on his back. I know where you cats are coming from, but I'm not there. But my heart goes out to it, and I'd like to see it eliminated from boxing, just like I'd like to see it eliminated from life. And man, I hang out with the black boxing channels. You guys know that. And when I get a camera, people saw me. They're like, Bruce Goes is white. And I'm like, bro, you care what color I am, man. I'm a fan of boxing. I love boxing. And yeah, I hang with the brothers because the brothers are boxing, man. It's a sport that's dominated by blacks. And it's been like that, for forever. All my favorite boxers are black fighters, man. And but I love white fighters too, man. I like to see there's just such a it's a sport.
How could you not like Vinny Paz? You know what I'm saying?
So it's exactly, man. We can name names, and there's just so many great fighters, and it's a melting pot. It's based on, to me, it's talent, it's fluidity, it's drama, it's a fucking comedy, it's a tragedy, but it's constantly evolving, and that's why I've been sticking with it throughout seven decades of boxing. Right now,
this is the other thing, Bruce, I want to say, and not to make this thing the race issue, but check this out. A lot of the Mexican fighters have made their careers fighting black fighters. They really have, whether they've been successful or whether they've had a setback. That's not what we're trying to say. Oh, the blacks are better than the Mexicans or whatever. There are people within Canelo's own national group that don't want to give him the credit that everyone else has given because of that very factor right there.
Well, let me tell you something, bro. I'm from Rhode Island, from New England. Today is the anniversary, we know, of the death of Marvin Hagler. And Marvin Hagler was accepted by everybody in New England. But you look at the rest, the rest of the boxers. You look at people say, well, Demetrius Andrade, he's not accepted, he hasn't this and that. But bro, I mean, Rocky Marciano and Vinny Paz and Mickey Ward and Joey Gamache, we accept those, but yet Demetrius Andrade seems to get freezed out of this equation. You know, he's as talented as anybody. He's a world middleweight champion, but he couldn't get fights. But you know, I see it just what happened with Charlo and Munguia. It's the business of boxing. It's fucking ugly, and you know, racism is involved. Whatever's involved, man. Blacks against whites against Mexicans. But to me, man, I love boxing, and I like this. I'd like to see it get together. I want to see it where there's no racism in boxing. You know, I don't know if it's going to happen in my lifetime, man. Maybe I'll be up there with Curtis Anderson looking down and smiling on it, bro.
If you substitute Triple G for Charlo, the fight gets made.
Yeah.
Even under the same circumstances of DAZN, not DAZN, whatever network, it gets made. That's where you know we have a problem in the sport.
Yeah.
And
we have a problem in the world, my brother.
Sit on the shelf for almost 2 years, not fighting anybody, but I think he has some kind of title, if I'm not mistaken. And he's been allowed to do this, and anyone else would be stripped.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else would be like, you know, kicked out of the ratings or whatever.
And he's still high. He's high ranked on the pound for pound list.
Yeah, it's like, how does that happen? It doesn't happen because he's so damn good. No, he's got the right complexion.
Well, according to Teddy Atlas and Max Kellerman, he moved better than Hagler. He had power. He was going to be the greatest middleweight of all time. Mm-hmm. And what do we see now? We see a 40-year-old guy who's ready to get dethroned from an imaginary throne that he's sitting on.
And the difference that we know between Hagler and him, when they asked Hagler, hey, you know, we hear that Tommy is coming up to middleweight. Would you be interested in fighting him? What was Hagler's response? We hear Roberto Duran is interested in coming up to middleweight. Would you be interested in fighting him? What was his response? When Ray Leonard finally made the decision to go on up there and take him on, what was his decision? Hagler was like, come one, come all. Huh? They asked him one time years ago, would you be interested in fighting Andre Ward, who was just a few pounds up? Oh, no, that Andre Ward is too much for me.
Gennady, what do you say to Andre Ward that says that you're ducking him?
No, Andre Ward is too much for me. Not today. You know, Andre and this Andre, it's me.
See?
That part.
See?
That's what he said.
Did I lie? And I wasn't even thinking about Drew's clip. I forgot he even made that thing, but it's like, I just told you exactly the same words I used.
Yeah. I mean, it's ugly, you know. Listen, this guy, man, Triple G would have lost to John Mugabe, man. But man, I gotta run. You know what I'm saying? Bruce, always a pleasure, brother.
Bro, I was gonna go on at 9 o'clock and do a little Hagler tribute. So I did one this morning, but I was showing some fights and it got taken down. So I was gonna go on again, but man, I've been in here for 4 hours and that's 2 hours overdue. So I'm just gonna cancel out for tonight because it's time to get this old Homer Simpson fucking
put it up tomorrow, man. We can make it
happen. Oh, bro, this was awesome. I was in here with Kirk Johnson. I was in here with Omar Shika. I was in here with freaking Marlon Starling. We had Courage
Johnson. Don't forget Reggie.
And then we had the Bumblebee in the background on the phone, man. We had the Lonnie Bradley and Reggie over here, my brother, man. Dude, it's, you know, I'm where I should be right now, man.
No doubt, man. You're always welcome. I know whenever we get like a super panel like that, that's when I gotta hit you up and be like, yo, man.
Drew, this was an awesome stream tonight, brother. I've already shared it to my community page. What an awesome stream.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to
Trick Nolte too. Shout out to Trick Nolte.
Yeah, man. Shout out, man. Listen, man. Trick be on it, man. Man, you know, I gotta I'm gonna upload this to my desktop and I'm gonna clip out a lot of the highlights, man, because you know, Stormy, you know, did an excellent job in articulating exactly where we was coming from, you know, and I'm glad that, you know, the panel, you know, heard that. I'm glad that Omar Shika, you know, saw it from our perspective as to, you know, why we feel the way we did. And I think that's very, very important. And salute to Omar Shika, man. I am genuinely a supporter of his, man. Every time he fought and I caught him on TV, I watched it, man. And salute to Picasso. He said, y'all remember that heavy that asked me to break in his glove, Curtis Coach Jim, when it was on Berkeley. Oh, yeah, Picasso. I meant to ask him that. Damn, brother. I meant to ask him that, but you know, they were cooking. Kirk just showed up.
Yeah.
He was cooking, man. Salute to you in that super chat. Much love, man. Next time I talk to Kirk, you know, I'll have him on again, brother. Much love and appreciation. Reggie, can you hear us? I know we in this car right now. Bruce, let everyone know how they can find you, brother.
Hey man, you can find me anywhere, bro. I love to bop into these chat rooms. I love to click the link when somebody gives it to me. Stormy Beeman, I've been on with Stormy, I've been on with Drew. Man, it's where can't you find me? But if you can't find me anywhere else, bro, you go to Bruce Goes Boxing, Jazz, and More on YouTube. I pop on occasionally on there, man. I got some great people that come on there with me. My brother George Jakovic has been sharing some spotlight on there with me, man. Great guy. Great people, man. So, God bless everybody out there, man. Bruce Goes signing out. Good night, man. Peace.
Good night,
All
brother.
right, peace to you, Bruce.
Stormy, the man that needs no introduction, man.
Hey, man.
Let them know how they can find you.
Everybody can find me right on YouTube, man. Stormy B Man is the channel. It's been an awesome day for me. I've been basically online all day long, man. It's like I did my show, did another show this afternoon, did this show this evening, and I feel like I'm just getting my second win. You know what I mean? So it's like,
man.
it's been a great day for me.
It's been awesome, man. It's been
but,
awesome.
Hey, to be on with these legendary guys from my era, because we're all contemporaries. We're right there in age and everything. I got nothing but respect. And what I was saying to Omar earlier about, him, because he did fight in Chicago. I was present at one of his fights. That's what I was alluding to, is like, I seen his following. Reggie, got a lot of respect for you. I love watching your films, man. It's like hell of a boxer that you are, man. And even all the other brothers that were on, Marlon. I love the Magic Man, the original Magic Man, you know what I'm saying? And it's just an honor to be here with you guys and to be able to talk the sport and everything. And I love what you're doing, Reggie, with trying to get these fighters together to come together to make boxing better overall for the fighters. Anything I can do to help out with that, I'll do my part. If it requires advertising something on my channel, speaking on it, or even having you on. To come on and talk about, I would love to do that. So yeah, but it's been a great evening, man. And like I said, I already shared this stream to my community page. So great show.
Awesome, brother. Awesome.
Reggie, man, we appreciate you, brother. And
Yeah,
anytime
man,
you need us,
we appreciate what you're doing too, Drew. This is powerful, man. Hey, it don't even seem like we've been on here over 3 hours. It don't seem like it though.
Nah,
almost
there.
Because hey, man, we all on the same page, man. It's about making boxing better and taking care of the guys who have their life and their health on the line. Think about the NFL, man. If we had something established with the NBA, NFL, if them guys in the league for 4 or 5 years, they get a check for the rest of their life. Boxing don't have, Gerald McCullough, man. I talk to his sister Lisa all the time, and I could hear, man, it brings tears to my eyes, man. I be hearing her brother in the background,
Yeah.
And she been doing that for 27 years. And think about it, man, one of the greatest defensive fighters of all time. His sister is taking care of him. You know who that is?
Yeah, that's Wilfred Benitez.
Yeah.
Man.
Dude,
I just did a show on Wilfred Benitez a couple of weeks ago. So
man, do you have that out there? I would like to see that. It's on your page.
If you go to my channel, Stormy B Man, it's on my page. It's called Turning the Page in Boxing History. That's the name of the show, and it's profiling Wilfred Benitez, because I did the anniversary of him winning his first title at 17 years old in 5 months against Antonio Cervantes. So yeah, I did a show.
And you know what? His name always come up when I'm talking my history, because I tell everybody I turned pro at 17. My mother had to sign my contract. I say, but they like, what? You turned pro? I say, that's nothing. I say, Wilfred Benitez won his first world title at 17.
Won his first title at 17.
Yeah, at 17. Yeah.
Go to my page. It's there. You can see it. It's just on the shows. It's there.
Right. Hey, is there any way? I'm on Facebook. Just Reggie Johnson. Just put that on my page, man. Can you put it on my page?
Yes,
Okay,
I
yeah.
can. I can.
Okay, yeah,
I
do
can
that for me, brother.
put the
All
link
right.
on your page. Yeah,
Right,
will
right.
do.
Okay.
Is there a way we can get them? You think they'd be open to coming onto this platform and explaining, what they've gone through, how hard it's been, like to bring light to what's going on? And I don't know, I want to do something for them. Like maybe they can, the chat could donate to them or something, like give them the donations or something.
Oh, absolutely. I already talked to Lisa. Hey, man. Hey, man. That guy Jerry, I be hearing him in the background talking and stuff. And then she told me not too long ago, this has been about 3 weeks ago, she just said, well, I'm gonna be sometime he lose it. Don't you know he done knocked her teeth out? And he done messed her arm up. His sister, yeah. But what you should do is have her on your show and let her talk, because she got a lot of stuff going on with documentaries and she talking to movie people about doing shows on these fallen warriors and stuff, and then just bringing people up to speed on boxing,
Reggie,
like what we doing right now.
Reggie, let me ask you this real quick before we go. Has he improved any since his initial circumstances after getting home and everything? Has he improved any whatsoever, or has it always consistently been what it is since he arrived home?
You know what? Me not being there with him, that's something we would have to ask his sister.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she could answer that. Okay.
Yeah. She can answer that, man.
You know what I want to do, man? You know what you do? I don't want to put it out there because the walls have ears, and people are strange. I got a lot of people like trying to pick apart things that I say and things that I do and shit. Trying to bend it and twist it. I got a lot of stalkers. But Reggie, I got your number. I'm gonna hit you up this week. I want to set
Call me,
something up.
I got some ideas too, man. Because I already told her I'm gonna be coming there real soon, man. As soon as they get this Corona stuff out, knock out this world order, and get this out the way. I wanted to come down there and probably spend a week with her, man. And man, that lady been taking care of her brother for 27 years.
Yeah, bro. You know what? I'm gonna talk to you, man. In fact, I'm gonna holler at you tomorrow behind the scenes,
Okay.
man. We're gonna put in some work. We're gonna try and help this sister out, man. We gotta do something.
Yeah, and Wilfred Benitez sister too, man.
I mean, if we can get them both on, that'll be absolutely. But we're gonna talk behind the scenes.
Yeah, we probably would be able to get their sisters on. I don't know. Well, I know they say Benitez is doing real bad, and I know she done took Gerald McCullum to a couple of event things too, man. And you never seen when he went back to London? They flew to London and was crying. The guy, that he fought. Yeah,
Nigel Ben.
Nigel Ben. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna give you a shout tomorrow, man. We're gonna talk. We're gonna put something together. We're gonna help him out.
Okay, buddy.
Best we can, man. Appreciate you, Reggie.
Okay, man. Y'all have a great night, man.
I'll talk to you, brother.
Too.
Okay.
All right. I'm sending that link to Reggie's Facebook page right now, Drew.
Good, man. Man, my wife done gave me the evil eye like 5 times. But we were cooking, man. We had to get this work done, man. I'm gonna run. I gotta eat something, lay down, and get back on here and do it again tomorrow.
Hey,
I appreciate you, brother.
I got some bad news. Are we still live?
Yeah, we still live.
Okay, I gotta tell you this off the air.
All right. Well, listen, y'all. Shout out to everybody, man. Much love and appreciation, man. Bronx on deck. You know what it is. And I will see y'all in the morning. Much love to everybody in Super Chat, the Venmo, the Cash App, everybody. Salute to Trick Nolte. Y'all make sure y'all hit up his Cash App. He's the guy that makes all of this stuff possible, man, for real. So I'll see y'all in the morning. Much love.